YouTube is live. Yeah, January is in 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Holy moly. Oh no, I know, right? Okay. So today we're building the Neo98. So this comes out January 5th. Let me just pull up the Notion page. I had it open, but then I closed out of it. I don't know if anyone else has this habit, but I'll open a lot of tabs. Instead of closing the ones I'm not using, I will just close out of it all and then reopen the ones I need to open. It's really bad. Let's see. So there's a Neo98 and a Neo75 that are coming out. I have the 98, so February 27th. Why? That's my sister's birthday. That's also Frank's birthday. Okay. Oh, nice. So it looks like the Neo98 and the Neo75 are coming out at the same time. Here. Actually, I don't know if this is public. But you know what? We're just gonna get into it. We're just gonna hop into it, okay? So they sent this and I got it the other day, but let me see what colors there are. So looks like there are... For the Neo98, it looks like a total of 7 colors. So we have anodized teal, anodized slate blue, anodized top gray, anodized orange, anodized dusty rose, anodized black, and anodized silver. So they're all anodized. Hello, Kevin. Rose or teal? Is that what you think I got? I honestly wanted the teal, but I did not get that, unfortunately. Sorry. Instead, okay, I have, looks like the slate blue. I have the slate blue. Okay, so let's see. Boop, boop. I don't know if anyone else has streamed this yet, so if you guys already know a little bit about it, there is a Notion page up. I think it's already public, but if you guys want more information, you can look at the Notion page, but I'll just talk about the board. Oh yeah, so this desk mat, if you do desk mat, this is upcoming in stock Q2 of next year. I got the prototype, so I submitted feedback for it, but I think it's there's 2 versions of it. But yeah, this is by our good friend. Okay. Oh my god, that did not do what I thought it was gonna do. Eep. Okay. You're definitely gonna pick one up. Nice. I think Diego has posted pictures of both. If you guys want to see it. Did I have a good Christmas? Kind of. I didn't win the lottery. Actually was trying to buy a lottery ticket, but HEB was closed. And I pretty much got choice paralysis by having to like manually do it. So I didn't buy it. And someone won. That could have been me! Yeah, it did. My only issue with this board is the Force 6.25U spacebar. Oh yeah, they've been doing a lot of Force layouts recently. I think it was split, so like while it was that billion, I think collectively it was like after the 1.2 billion, after taxes ended up being like 700-ish million. So yeah. I would have paid off everything I owe money for. Um, I would pay off all my parents if they owe anything. I would basically reach out to the family members that I'm close with and ask them if they need anything paid off. So I would do all of that. Um, I would ask my parents if they want to like buy land, so I'd buy land for them or whatever they wanted. Uh, and then I would probably get a place as well. And oh yeah, I'd get a lawyer, but um I would want to take a lot of that money, invest it in like personal business. So start a business. Um and then take a lot of it and also just like hide it away, you know. There's like there's like a lot I want to do, but basically I would want to make sure that any immediate family was like taken care of, you know. And also I would take care of my two friends. Uh my two friends, David and Keaton. I would take care of them as well. Well, why start a business? Well, because you could just blow through your money. So use the money to generate money, right? So yeah, the easy thing would just be not to work for the rest of your life. But I actually find enjoyment in like my pottery, for example. Okay, but anyways. You say that, but you never know. You really never know. Yeah, right? You just invest and yeah. I would be smart about it. Okay. But anyways, so this is the anodized slate blue that we have. Okay. I said, can you repeat? Oh, if you do exclamation point decimat, it should have the information. There you go. So it's a collaboration between Tascami and HelloCaps. It will be a in-stock drop Q2 2026, so next year. And there are two versions of it. Okay, so this is the original, and they have a Schrodinger one. So nice. Okay. All right. So Neo98. This will be coming out the same time as the 75, from what I'm understanding. This is pretty similar to. So it's not like your full 100%. It's kind of similar to the Austin layout, is it not? Let me make sure. I don't want to say, but it's very reminiscent. I think it's like slightly different. I think this is like. Let me make sure. I might be misremembering, but I think the closest layout that I've seen. Let's see. Austin. Oh yeah. Yes, this is the Austin layout. Uh, uh, no, it's a little different. So you're missing one key right here looking at the Austin. So this is pretty close to the Austin, except it's missing one key, this one. Oh yeah, the Afro, yeah, so basically the Austin one, these are all shifted over and condensed so you could fit one more key right here. But, you know, yeah, so this is the 98th percentile of the keyboard. So here is the top case. So interesting that they have the exploded arrows, and they've got rid of like, you know, the right alt key, which would normally go here. So they have removed some key, right? And that's because it's like so condensed, but this is exploded out. You do have this nav cluster, which has been condensed to essentially 4 keys, right? So instead of having like the 6 keys, you have 4 keys. You have your standard numpad and also the keys up here. You have, this is technically like the F13, right? So you could say it's like F13 because you have this one, or you could say it's like the normal and then the nav cluster has just been condensed. But it is an interesting layout. I don't mind it. Actually, I think this would be considered what? Not like a condensed 1800. What other like 1800s are there? I'm like trying to think, but my mind is like mush. But basically, this is very reminiscent of, I would say, an 1800 layout. You got really thin bezels on the side, whereas like the top and bottom are going to be a little thicker. However, this part is very thin and it doesn't quite match with like the bezels on this side, as you can see, like this one. Yeah, yeah. This bezel down here with the arrow cluster is definitely a lot thinner than what you would see right here. But I'm guessing that's just like the nature of making like the arrows like exploded, because this bezel right here does match up with like the ones that you see throughout the board. So this one is just kind of like very thin right here, just due to the design of it. Looks like you do have this little accent piece right here. Can't crease too much, bottom trim would be too long, yeah. Hi, Eggs. Looks like it does use screws, so it's not a ball catch mechanism. The F-row is, separated from everything. Maybe it should have exploded. Yeah, I mean, some people like this, and, the choice with doing something like this is just really like, how many of you actually use, like, your right alt key? So that's kind of like the trade-off. They've condensed everything. And with how this is like designed, it's not like they could have put like a key right here too, or it just wouldn't have worked, right? So instead of putting like a key or trying to fit a key right here, they've ended up going with the badge. The Austin is the same way too, they have the exploded arrows, and then there's just like this kind of like little awkward space that they added like, the Austin logo here, but here they added this like little, it looks like a LED strip of some sort, but I haven't seen it, so we'll see. But yeah, that is a top. Looks like it does have pogo pin. Yeah, and then it's a hidden screwless design, so the screws are hidden underneath. Here's a side. Whoa! So you see 3 different colors here. You see the primary color of the top case, you see the silver bottom case, and then you see this like mid accent piece right there. That's kind of a cool side. It almost reminds me of like origami in a sense, but it does have like that nice, two-toned with the accent, piece right here. So I'm kind of interested to see like how this all goes together. But yeah, I do like the side, right? And then here's the back. Oh my god. You guys, I put on cuticle oil before and I rubbed it. I had to put on cuticle oil because I threw clay today, and clay really dries out my hands, so I had to put cuticle oil on. I'm so sorry. I promise it's not me. It's the oils I use. I promise I don't produce this much oils naturally. I'm so, oh my god, I'm gonna wipe it later. Okay, but anyways, so here is the back weight. So super shiny. I actually am not a fan of the shiny weights because of this, but it is very shiny. Looks like you have this big accent piece, and then you have this inner accent piece. So these little like circles with the lines, this follows the design language of the Neo. So you'll see this kind of like geometric shape, throughout all the different Neo boards. So it's nice to see that they've, kept consistent with that. This is not like a different color, which I'm a little surprised on. I guess you can get different colors, at least for this outer plate, and I guess with my combo, I just happened to get the same and the same. But you do have different choices of this weight, and I'm assuming this one stays the same, but in terms of weight, you have 5 options. You have spray-coated golden, spray-coated gray, silver, mirror PVD silver, which I'm assuming I got, mirror PVD, silver and golden, and then mirror PVD dusk, right? But I guess with the combo that I got, it just happened to like be the same, but looks like this piece can change. It has the 4 adhesive circular feet, and then it has this, you know, this piece being cut off right here, right? It's almost like a ledge for the weight. That's not how you remove it, but that's just kind of what it reminds me of. So it's almost like, almost kind of like a frame. I know, it's really shiny. I got oil all over it. You do see the branding here and here, so 2 places so far. This kind of reminds me of like a license plate, or just like the shape of it. But yeah, so that's the back. Here's the USB port. So cool that you can still see. So here you can also see the 2-tone lead, top and bottom, but then you can see the little accent weight in the middle. And then here, once again, you see the Neo branding again. So centered USB port with little small branding. And then you also have branding right here, so Neo. So it looks like on the USB port side, you see Neo twice, and on the back, you also see like 2 Neo or markers, I should say. And then here's a front lip. So front lip actually is very plain in comparison to the rest of the board. So the front height is 17.6 mm. It's the same for the 75 as well. Typing angle is going to be 7 degrees. And looking at the Notion page, they actually have talked about, you know, trying to maintain this, this front height. Okay. We've precisely set the keyboard's front height at 17.6 mm, a carefully calibrated golden standard that maintains a visually slim and elegant appearance while providing ergonomic support for comfortable long-term typing. So I'm assuming like without like a wrist rest, right? But front lip, I think, is relatively, you know, more tame than the rest of the board, but it's kind of interesting because you do see this like kind of bevel right here on the bottom. And that's actually found throughout the entire top piece. It's something I didn't notice, but here you can see like the crease. I don't know if you guys can see that crease, but this does follow the entirety of this bottom piece, right? So that is something very subtle that I didn't notice before. So instead of this part being like up top, well, so it is up top, but it's not as dramatic. This is definitely more dramatic here, right? Okay. That's a pretty like subtle thing. I'm glad that we picked up on that. Let me open this case and we'll kind of look at the internals. It is too small. That is too big. Did I put my tools somewhere? I actually might have put my tools somewhere else. I took them out, my tools out recently because my mom got a 3D printer. I'm actually printing something on it right now. The possibilities are endless now with a 3D printer. Right. I'll just 3D print everything. I'm gonna become that like obnoxious person that's like, look at my 3D printed thing. I 3D printed that, by the way. Did you know that I printed that? By the way, you know. I'm gonna become that person. Yeah, it's kind of crazy because like our workspace has upgraded dramatically because, or like our scope of things we can do has increased dramatically because my mom got a 3D printer. I got a, is it Cricut or Cricut? I got a Cricut. I'm pretty sure it's Cricut. Um, I got one of those, and so not only can I like 3D print stuff now, I can also, you know, cut out stencils and whatnot. It's kind of cool. So I'm really looking forward to the endless possibilities, especially when it comes to like ceramics, because now I can print certain shapes that I want, and then I can also, you know, cut the stencils I want to like easily paint or draw outlines for things that I want to paint. So pretty excited about that. One thing I will say that my nails are a little long today. Um, I need to go see my nail lady and I'm gonna get short nails again, but unfortunately it's like a little hard for me to remove the nails myself. So I'm gonna do my best to try not to let it interfere, but um, I was gonna see my nail lady a little earlier, but life got in the way, so we're gonna have to wait until next year. But I am gonna go back to shorter nails soon. I found that typing with longer nails, like sometimes you just end up hearing the nails instead of like the board. It's like very like, you know, nitpicky, but okay. So looking at the top piece, right? So the middle accent we were seeing throughout like the side and the USB port is not like a full tray. So this is like slightly different from what we normally see. Normally, whenever there's like an accent side piece, with a lot of these boards, it ends up being like a full, like very thin tray. But it looks like this is just like an accent piece that's been integrated into like the bottom piece. These parts don't have like any tall walls. This one kind of has it. You can see it's been machined out, so this is mostly for like the acoustics and whatnot, but this like accent piece doesn't have tall walls. Right here, you technically do have it for the bottom piece, but it's actually only on this one side, and I'm assuming that's because this is like the numpad, whereas this is like the main keyboard. And then we could take the suede off to see. Hello, Boss Quest. Did you get the package? You did, right? I forgot to ask you. Hopefully it got there. I didn't hear anything, so I'm assuming it did. God. Maybe I should have followed up. Oh god. That one's like really tight in there. Jamie is crying. Little Jamie. I took a selfie with him earlier. Do you guys want to see? There's a lot of screws. I think my I think my sister likes it when I like post about Jamie. So she doesn't mind if I show you guys. Little Jamie. Hi here, what's up? Let me show you my nephew. The, the That's me and my nephew. Cute, right? Let's have this one. I was trying to teach him how to say mama, and then my sister's like, no, teach him how to say auntie. I was like, no, I'll teach him how to say food. So if he's hungry, he could just be like, food. And it was cute because every time I said food, he started laughing. Slice of cake and some dark chocolate. Nice. Is dark chocolate your choice of chocolate? Isn't there a thing where like white chocolate is not even like real chocolate, apparently? I also heard there's a thing where like a lot of like the mainstream candy bars don't even use real chocolate. It's like a mix of something else. Oh, so you like the bitter stuff? I used to I would get like barks of like dark chocolate and just like eat like a small bite at a time. Just like take a little like bite and it'd be like I'd be like, oh, put it back. White chocolate is made from cacao with the oils from cacao. I see. You ate so much white chocolate? Okay, so here's like the accent that we're seeing. Let me see if this one will come with different. I think it might all be the same from what I'm seeing. Looks like the only thing you can really change is the color or the back weight. Okay, so voice break. Oh, okay, so this accent weight is also the battery cover. So it comes with 3 different kinds. So it is aluminum, but you have anodized light gold for teal, slate blue, top gray. So that's what I have. For anodized orange and dusty rose, you have anodized silver. And then for anodized black and anodized silver, you have light gold, right? Oh, wait, sorry. I read that wrong. Okay, so light gold is in teal, slate blue, black, and silver. And then if you get top gray, it's sand gold. And then if you get orange or dusty rose, it's silver. Okay, so this one is the light gold. And this is, well, it functions as like the accent, right? That we saw on the side and the USB port. It's known as the battery cover because ta-da, here's the batteries, right? Um, so yeah, it's not brass, it's aluminum. There is technically no brass with this. But yeah, so here you see the batteries. I'm guessing these are to remove the weights. For this one, to take it off, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 screws to take off the battery cover. The battery cover is also hiding the screws for the back weight. So basically, if you want to change out the back weight, you need to take off the battery cover because it's hidden underneath here. And it looks like, I want to say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 screws. I could be wrong. Do you guys want me to take it apart? I guess for prosperity's sake we should, just so we can really get down to the nitty gritty of it. But oh god. Oh god. No solder PCB. Yeah, so that's something that I've noticed they're trying to move away from is solder PCB and also doing fixed layouts, but the problem with the fixed layouts is that it's kind of restrictive, especially like between ISO and ONSI, and also 6.25 or 7U. So that is something to consider if you're interested in buying this board, is make sure you double check the PCB. I know for some people, like, the layout can really make or break a keyboard for them, so just be aware when you're buying. And we'll go over it just to like, oh god. We'll go over everything so to double check. I could be wrong about the 9 screws. We're just gonna unscrew this all and see what we're working with. Looks like there's a few more screws I'm missing. Or is it underneath here? It is. So it looks like it's 11 screws we're working with. Oh, oh god. Yeah. Okay, so the bottom piece is so here's where the tray comes into play, right? And then here's the weight. Oh, okay, so it is 9 screws. It is 9 screws, but these screws right here have to do with the mid accent, I should say. Is this friction fitted in? It is. Is it friction fitted? It looks like it's adhesive. Let me make sure. Oh, it is adhesive. Oh, interesting. Okay, so what we're seeing here is this is their version of like quote unquote force break, or to reduce, you know, any metal to metal connection between like the outer weight and the inner weight. So what they've done is they've added this adhesive and just, you know, put it on here, kept it in place, and then by it keep staying in place like that, hopefully it will, you know, not like shift or, you know, vibrate too much against like each other. So there's that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it is 11 screws to keep this back weight on, and then 2 screws to keep this mid weight on. Okay. So there's a lot of screws, but I think it's interesting that, you know, this is like this piece is a soft silicone adhesive, right? Hello, Aster. What's up? Thank you for the resub. Hope you've been good. Are you still playing WoW? Okay, so let's put this back. Oop. These are on like super tight, so. Oh, nice. I don't know if I'm gonna play the next tier, like even heroic. I've been doing like a lot of ceramics and stuff, and I just don't really have the time to like be at my computer. I kind of feel like I've like, I don't say like escaped, but basically like I've kind of like made it out of that like wow hole of, you know, being tied to doing a tier. I mean, heroic's easy enough, but I think there's just like a part of me that's been enjoying like doing my own thing. I've never tied myself. I play when I want to play, and don't play when I want to. Yeah. Yeah. I was tied down for many years. And now that I have that freedom, I'm just like, oh man. Yeah. I'm just glad that I feel bad for like the people who like wanted to like continue to play, but I just can't. I couldn't do it anymore. But I'm making sick pottery now. What is that bottom row uh on the PCB? Like the set or what? The set PCB? Let me see. Oh, 6.25. Yeah. I think I think a lot of people, well maybe not a lot, but a few have lamented the fact that, you know, Pixel like stopped rating, but I don't know if at the end of the day it was really hard to keep together and I was just tired, you know. And I wish like I wish we could have kept going, but it was just like too hard on me. Yeah, it's unfortunate that this PCB is set. There, you know, I feel like there must have been a reason for that. I don't know if they mention it in their Notion page, but I will say internally, you know, QK has expanded, or Owl Labs has expanded a lot. So for context, right? So Owl Labs was the original brand. They then made QK and Neo, and now they have another one which is Tick Type, which does like the pre-builds, so like the Evo and now the DP. So they're like branching out like a lot, and all the coordinators it's like different for each sub brand, right? So I wonder if they're, because they're releasing two at once. Like it's not a matter of, you know, one and one. It's like both of them at the same time. I think they did that with another board where they released two at the same time, but I don't remember which one. I like that this cutout like fits nicely like that. Looking at the top case, so one thing I didn't mention with the top case is that they have put the force brake, so it's been installed on all the screw points. So here is, oops, so you can see like right here, these are all the case screw points. So they have thought about that. Looks like this is the one screw to keep this little accent piece in. But other than that, we can also see like the mounting points. So you could see like the 4 tabs up here and then the 3 tabs like down below. And then you can also see like the screw points. So in terms of mounting, looks like it's silicone gasket, pour-on gasket, and top mount. So 3 mounting styles. There is no PCB. Oh, there is a PCB, silicone gasket mount. Yeah, there is. Wait, why did someone say there's no platelets earlier? Let me see. Is it because it doesn't have solder? Case another color. Looks like for plates, there's alu or PP only. Starting price for the Neo98 is $149. Oh my gosh. So I wonder if like the playlist is kind of like a try your own risk type of dealio. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Also, I forgot to post on social media. I feel bad because this was kind of like a last minute schedule because I didn't get this until last minute. Can we... Do I have a mod here? Can you change my category to makers and crafting? I didn't realize I was on just chatting. I have a mod here. Let me post on social media really quick. I gave Jamie my phone case to chew on, so... I know, right? I think some people are also still like out of town, right? Thank you, Justin. I know. My phone feels like so much smaller. Yeah, it feels like so much smaller without the case. I know some people take their phone like this, but honestly would scare me. I guess I also needed to change my announcement that I was building this. Okay, let me post it on Twitter and Blue Sky. It's been a while since I've done a review build. Holiday's like a little slower. Okay. Oh, okay. Has been posted. Oh my god, you can see my popcorn ceiling. Boop. I'm just gonna leave the case screws off for now because you're gonna have to take them off anyways, but let's look at the rest of the things we have. So we have both plates, right? We have the PP and we have the aluminum. We have, let's see. Looks like we have the tri-mode non-flex cuts. Here are the silicone, the poron. This is the top mount. That's everything we have in here. Okay, so I feel like because they released the 75 and the 98 at the same time, the options are a little bit more limited. But looking at the aluminum, so you do see the flex cuts at least in between like all the gaps between like the different keys. But they're like really skinny cuts, if you can see them. You have an X right here. But yeah, I can see like in the space where, you know, the F row and like this num row, there are cuts. Same here with the numpad. I said the numpad, I think, has a lot more, you know, cuts in between like the keys. As you can see, like right here. They could have done that over here, but they only did it on the numpad side. And it's interesting, so they have actually made a cut right here, so the arrow keys is like completely separate, right? So for example, like if you were to like press a key right here, the flux cut, or this cut right here, you know, the sound wouldn't go all the way to the arrows, or like vice versa. So there's a cut right there. So it's interesting how they've basically like isolated certain parts of the board, right? So the PP plate is not going to be the same thing because it's a softer plate, but you know, with the alu, since it's like a harder material, they are able to do that. And you see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3. And then these like little divots right here are for the K screws, right? And then here is the PP plates. So yeah, no flex cuts here. You do have this little thing for, I'm guessing, the switch, but same mounting points, just no cuts in between like the F row and the num row. Here there is a cutout for like the little badge stuff, and then still the little divots for the screws. So main difference is alu is gonna have a lot more cuts, whereas like PP is gonna have less. Okay, so there are a handful of PCBs that we need to look at. So looks like, oh, actually there's only 3. So you either tri-mode on C, tri-mode ISO, or wired on C. They're all fixed layouts with 6 or fixed bottom layouts at 6.25. Looks like on C you can do stepped or regular caps lock. You could split the left shift. That's a little interesting. And you could do split backspace if you wanted. Okay, so foam kit. So yeah, as I was saying, you can split the caps lock. Here is the button to do, you know, wireless. You can split the left shift, and then you can do split backspace. However, numpad is set, bottom row is set. Here, once again, we can see the LED for the badge. So this, the way that it's adhesed on here is the same for the accent middleweight on the back, it seems. No per key RGB, but you do have the indicators for caps lock. You do have these 5 indicators right here. I'm guessing this is for like tri-mode, if you have it. But there is no num lock indicator. Maybe that will be on this accent piece. We'll see. But from what I see here, like no numlock indicator, at least directly on the PCB, but this could function as that. So we'll have to double check. No flex cuts on this one, and then it's the same, or yeah, it's the same mounting points. So 4 on the top, 3 on the bottom, all avoiding the spacebar. None on the sides. Cool. Okay, so I think we're gonna do we'll probably do no foam. And then we'll do both plates. So one plate I will do, well, let me think. So I could either do both plates or I could do one plate with all the mountings. So one plate with foam and no foam, all the mountings, or we can do 2 plates, no foam, but all the mountings for those. So it'll still be a total of 6. But I don't know if you guys have a preference. Would you rather hear like one with foam, one without, or just all without foam? Let's see. A few people have actually streamed this. One with and one without is my vote. Okay, we can do that. Okay, let's do that then. The question is, do we want to do PP or Alu? I think we just do PP. Sorry, Alu. I'm not a fan of aluminum plates. I'm an aluminum plate hater. Have any EC keys? Yes. My Type K is EC. I've built a few EC boards for clients, but my only EC board I own is the Type K, and I want to say I got EC for a board I have coming, but I'm blanking on which board. I know I wanted to get one for Toro if it actually comes out, but I don't know if it is. I want to say it was the Ramune? I could be wrong. I do want to say I do have an EC board coming, but the only one I own is my Type K, which I got back from my friend, by the way. One of my friends is borrowing it, but I was like, I need it for my video. I got it back. Do you have a question about EC? Okay, now we do stab content. Okay. It's funny that they still gave me a 7U bar. And there's no 7U. Free 7U bar, I guess. Okay, now that we're on stab content, how was your guys' holiday if you celebrate Christmas? If not, how was getting work off, or how was your holidays? This holiday has been a little rough for me, but I'm on the mend, so I hope I hope you guys had a good one. It wasn't like rough or anything. I know sometimes holidays can feel like lonely in particular, so if you did feel that way, like I'm sorry. Oh yeah, did you eat dim sum? I wanted to eat dim sum. I did get Chinese food for Christmas. It's the only place open. My mom was going to cook, but I was like, I can go get food if you want to. She's just like, yes. So we celebrated Christmas Eve, but then Christmas we all did like our own things. So I ate dinner with my family, my mom and dad. Nice. So was it like your parents or just your brother? My dad, myself, brother, and his IC. I'm glad it was good though. I think family drama is like it can be very hard to like deal with. My sister kind of having beef with like my aunt, and it's hard because like I'm close to my aunts, and you know she wants like extended family to be part of Jamie's life, so her kid. But when that doesn't happen, it's like you know never is your brother be upset. Uh-huh. So he was like, I guess, quote unquote, chill. Yeah, sometimes family's difficult. It's especially scary whenever like, when a family member has like a history of, starting stuff, and it's like, oh God, I wonder what they're gonna say or what they're not gonna say. I think that's always like hard to navigate. Let's see. Do you ever feel like that's like a little unfair of your brother? Because everyone grieves differently. Like some people grieve through humor, some people, just kind of stop doing certain things. Some people like um just kind of like shut down, neglect other things. I see. Yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. Yeah, I've kind of been going through that with my parents too, because my dad is like retiring next year, and um, he basically told me like I'm retiring next year, so you and Connor don't need to stay anymore. And it kind of like took me like aback, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize like it was like a burden because we've been trying to like save up money. But when he said that to me, I was just kind of like, okay, I got it. I kind of had like some unspoken drama. I don't know if you guys want to like hear about it. It's I told my mods about it because at the time I was like, what the hell? Um, but basically I got my dad a used phone. Um, because someone I knew was selling like their old one. Is your stream twin? What? um. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Sorry. um. I just want to like complain too much because it's family and family is just family sometimes. But basically, um, my dad doesn't like getting. He doesn't like us spending money on him, especially like during the holidays, because he's very much like consumerism, like holidays, it's like just consumerism. It's a plague, you know. Don't fall for it. Like he's that type of person. And like anytime we like buy a gift, he's like, no, no, don't. Save your money. Like don't spend it on me. He's very much that type of person. Um and so like if I were to buy him like a new phone, right? He would 100% like give me shit about it. It's not like bad shit, but it's just like, why did you do that? Like basically we'll like make comments where you're like, okay, well maybe I shouldn't have done that. And you just kind of have to like do it and ignore him, right? Whereas like he's definitely more susceptible if you buy him something that's like used, right? Because then he's like, okay, well, if you got it for cheap, then um hell yeah, right? My dad is 1965 year of snake. So, um, whatever that is, I'm like blinking. Oh my god. He's 19, yeah, he's 1965. He's a snake. Uh, like the zodiac snake, not like not like a snitch snake. But anyways, um, so so basically he's been using a 12. So 1 year, I was basically saying how I was gonna go to iPhone, because I was Android, but like trying to do social media on iPhone or on Android was like terrible because it's not optimized for it. And at that time, Knox, I don't know if you guys remember him. Sometimes he's around, sometimes he's not, but Knox basically had like two iPhones and an iPad that he got for work that he wasn't using and said that I could basically have for free, right? And so I took him up on the offer because I was like, sure, if you're not using it, like I will take them. And he basically said I could have both. So I gave one to my dad because my dad wanted an iPhone as well. I drive my wife, mother by telling him don't buy me anything. Yeah, yeah. So that's how my dad is like, right? Um, so my dad and I got a 12 at the same time, and um, he was happy because he was like, "Oh, it's a free iPhone, sure." Because he was also like on Android and he wanted like the iPhone. Um, but then like I was using the 12, and then it just started like slowing down on me a lot. Um, and I couldn't do like the things I needed to do. So after my after they came out with like the 16, so I think I waited like 2, 3 years. I want to say closer to like 3. Um, basically once they came out with the 16, I I bought it, right? And I got the 16 Pro, and I still have my 12, right? But that was like me upgrading. And all this time my dad was like, I don't need to upgrade, like I don't need to, right? But as you guys know, like the longer you wait to like trade in like an older model, the less money you get from it. So he was always of the mentality like he's always in the mentality of you know, when this phone like breaks, I will then like, get a used one of like a lower model for cheaper, and then, and that will be good, right? Um he has the same mindset as you, Bitter Seed, yeah. So basically, long story short is that he's been complaining about his 12, like slowing down, battery dying, which is the same thing that was happening to me, right? Except I use my phone a lot more, so it happened to me a lot faster. And so he was like basically trying to see like if me and my sister, um, you know, if we were gonna buy like the new iPhone and then he could have it, right? Or we would get the new iPhone and then well, he could take like our old iPhone. Um, so I saw that one of my friends was selling a 13, right? And I I bought it because I figured, okay, the 13, while it's not like a big upgrade, it's still gonna be better than his 12, right? Um, and it's like an older model, but it's we're not buying it for full price, and it will be a good deal, for my dad, okay? Um, so essentially, I bought the iPhone for $200, and if you trade in, it's actually $300. Like if you trade it in, right? So we got it for like really cheap. It was still really good condition and everything. So I gifted it to my dad because I was like, I know you've been complaining about your phone, and it's not like the latest model, but my friend, I so this is my problem. I didn't tell him I paid for it. I was just because I if I had told him like if I paid money for it, he would have been like, I don't want it, you know. But I knew he was gonna say that, so I was like, oh yeah, my friend upgraded, was just gonna like give it away, right? And so um I gave it to him, and at first he thought like I had upgraded my phone, and he was basically like, why did you upgrade your phone? And I was like, oh, I didn't. Like this is like an older model, right? And he's like, oh, okay, well, um, what's the model? So I told him, oh, it's a 13. He's like, 13? I have a 12. Why would I want a 13? So that kind of took me aback because I was like, hold on, like you don't like new things. Uh, but you're watching Heated Rivalry tonight? I thought it already came out. Thank you for the resub, by the way. Um, Yeah, so I got him the 13 and he was just like, 13? Why do I want a 13, right? No, I haven't watched it. We're watching it Sunday. Um, and he was just like, right? He was just like, that's not much of an upgrade. I don't I don't need this. Okay. And so I was just like, oh, okay. Well, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it, right? And he was like, well, I'm I was just gonna give it away to someone at, my workplace, who needs it more than I do. And then I was kind of like a little sad, but I was like, if that's what you really want to do, because, technically I gifted it to you, so if you really want to do that, like that's fine. And I was like, but you could always like trade it in, right? Because you're not gonna get much for your 12, so you could always trade in this 13, right? And he's like, okay. And so he was like, I'll think about it. Um, and then I guess at Christmas dinner, he was like talking to my sister and asked her like, you know, what model phone she had. She said she has a 16 Pro Max, which is like the biggest one. And he was like, do you want the 17? She's like, yeah, but I'm gonna wait 2 years before I get a new phone. And he was like, well, I got this 13 that I'm gonna trade in. And basically he was like, why don't I get the 17, give it to you, and then you give me your 16, okay? And I heard this. I like overheard this, and I honestly was a little sad about it. 'Cause like not only was it like something I thought maybe he would accept, but then didn't want to accept and also kind of like shit on. But then now he was like asking someone else instead of like asking me, which, at the end of the day, it was like a gift to him, so he could do like whatever he wanted with it. But I definitely felt like a little weird because I was like, oh, because he was like telling my sister, like, I know you use your phone for social media, so, you have a lot of followers. Why don't, basically saying, like, he would give her the upgrade and, and then he would basically pay the difference. Um, and, my sister's like, no, I don't want you to, like, um, well, he was implying that in my mind, he was implying that, she has a much bigger following. She could make much better use of the phone, instead of asking me, because like, he doesn't think I'm as, like, I wouldn't benefit as much from it. Um, but the thing is, like, he didn't ask me. And, like, so here's the thing, like, if he had asked me, I would have been like, no, dad, like, you should, like, get the new one. But the fact that he was like, hey, I got this phone. Like, you know, um, why don't I trade it in? I can get, so and so for it. And then I'll give you the 17 and I take your 16 and, you know, and then I'll just pay off the difference. Um, and so my sister is like, no, it's fine, I'm gonna wait, right? And then I thought, like, I thought it was weird. And then I thought he was gonna ask me, but he didn't, Like he like didn't even offer it to me. And yeah, I mean, a part of me felt like jealous because I was like, what the hell? Like, not only are you trying to like do that, but you also, you know. And so I kind of was just like, fuck. I would have just gotten him I would have just got him like a brand new phone, right? Like had I known he was gonna like do all of this, you know. Like I would have just like I would have rather him, you know, given me like a bunch of shit and been like, "Why did you buy this new phone?" blah 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 versus like him like telling me it's not a big upgrade and then like asking someone else if they wanted like the gift or to use the gift I gave him like for them. It just felt very like hurtful. And then I was like thinking about it. I was like, man, yeah. I mean, so here's the thing is that I've been cleaning up a lot lately, like my room, and my mom was like, "Why is the trash full? Did you not like take out the trash? Like what the hell?" And I was like, "No, I've just been throwing away a lot of trash. I've been cleaning up my room, trying to like, you know, declutter and like get all my stuff organized." And she's just like, "Why? You know, why are you throwing away so much trash?" And I was just like, well, because, you know, dad told me he's retiring next year, and he basically was like, I'm retiring so you can leave now, okay? So I'm just trying to like get all my things like cleaned up so it'll be easier to like move and stuff. And she was silent. She was silent, okay? And I was just like, I just accept it as like, oh, you know, like like, what can she say? And then today, my dad was like, cornered me, was like, I need to talk to you. I was like, okay, what's up? And he was like, look, I don't want you to move out. I'm just saying, like, I'm retiring. And basically, it was like telling me that that's not what he meant, and he loved me, and that, you know, he just was like worried that I'd been living at home for so long, and you know, he was like, tell me all this stuff. And I was like, this is really fucking weird. I was like, I know what happened. I know what happened. I know my mom chewed him out, and now he's like trying to like, you know, save face in front of my mom. And I was just like, okay, dad. Okay, dad. And then, and then he's like, okay, okay. I'm like, okay. And then he's like, yeah, see, wait. You see, I talked to her, you know. So I fucking knew it. I was just like, there it is. My mom chewed him out, and now he's like trying to save face, right? Um, and then he was like, he was like, oh, so you know the phone you gave me? He was like, I'm gonna buy a 17, and then like, but you know, you have the 16, right? Like, why don't I buy the 17 and I give it to you and you give me your 16? And like, he asked me today, and I was kind of like, no, dad, you can keep it. He's like, no, like, I know you do social media for like, you know, your ceramics and your keyboards. And I was just like, it's fine. I was like, you should just get yourself a new phone. And he's like, you want the blue one? I like the blue one. And he was like, I think the blue one would be really good for you. And I was like, no, dad, like, just, just, you can keep it. It's fine, you know? Um, and he's like, really? Like, you and your sister both don't want it? But I didn't have it in me to be like, you know what? Like, I don't want to be like second pickings, you know? Like, you're only saying that now because my mom chewed you out. So I was like, no, dad, just buy yourself the new phone and I'm good. Like, I have the 16 Pro. Like, I'm good. You know, it's fully paid off and everything. Your parent? No. No. Like, for context, for context, just like a month, just like 2 weeks ago, my dad was like, you need to stop spending money and buy all these keyboards. He's like, you have too many keyboards. He's like, and the packages are so big. And then my sister was like, Dad, she doesn't buy those. Like, that's her job. Like, she gets sent those for free and she gets paid to build those. And he was like, oh, really? This was after 5 years of me doing this, okay? So, no, they don't watch my streams. Um, and, um, yeah, they just thought this whole time I was like spending all my money on keyboard stuff. Um, Not realizing that I get sent the boards by like vendors and stuff. And then um and then um my mom has one of my Twitch hoodies, like my Twitch partner. Good morning, Zai. And she approached me and she's like, "Do you still do Twitch?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, I have so many UT students always come up to me and be like, "Oh, you're on Twitch. That's awesome." "Oh, you're a Twitch partner. That's so cool." And she has to be like, "No, no, it's not me. It's my daughter. Like, this is hers." And so she's like, "You're still on Twitch, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." It's just like, everyone always thinks like it's so cool I'm on Twitch. And she's like, "They told me there's not a lot of girls on Twitch." And like, you're on Twitch, right? I'm like, "Yeah." And she's just like, "You should keep doing it, because people recognize it, especially when, see like the partner." And I was like, "Yep." Yep. Yep, I'm still on Twitch. Um, but it's like stuff like that. I don't expect them to understand. That's the thing. I don't expect them to understand because I realize, it's like different generations, but it's the fact that they have actually made like zero effort to understand what I do after all these years. And just like them assuming that I'm just in my room playing video games and buying keyboards and not realizing, like, despite me telling them like I make YouTube videos, I stream on Twitch, I do all this, you know, like they follow my Instagram and like I don't know what they think. Do they think I just like make these videos for fun? I don't know. It's the fact that they've never bothered to like ask me or try to like understand what I'm doing. And yeah, it's like shout out to my aunt's family because the effort my my aunt my aunt watches every single one of my videos. She will get the notification I have a new video. She'll put me up on the TV and watch because my uncle is like, "Oh, she watched your other videos, the red one, she put it up on the TV, okay?" And my aunt likes, like both my aunts like every single one of my stories. Anytime I post something, um, they'll like it. Like they support me more, like in that way, than like my own parents do. But I understand it's like what I do is like so foreign to them, and I will give them a pass for that. It's just the fact that um they've never tried to like make the effort to learn what I do, which is what hurts me. And it's like it's the same for all my family members. Like no one watches my Twitch stream from my family side, which Miso, stop. Well, they're older, but I see the effort that they like make to like always. My dad comments and likes on all my sister's videos. And I don't expect that from him, but you know, like he actively engages. And then like um for some context, I think this is what really kind of like broke me down was when, you know, I have a friend who works with my dad and she finally got to meet my dad and was like, "Oh, I know your daughter." And then he's like, "Oh," you know, and says my sister. And then she's like, "Oh, no, I know Patricia." You know, he's like, "Patricia, like, don't you mean like Amanda?" Like, you know, he's like, "Amanda's much bigger. Like, you know who Amanda is, right?" She's like, "Well, I know who she is, but I know Patricia." And he's like, "Oh, well, how do you know Patricia?" And she's like, "From keyboards." And he's like, "Oh, so you're a loser. You're a loser like her who likes keyboards." And then she's just like, yeah, I guess I'm a loser." And he was like, "But you know my other daughter, right? Like, you know, this is her Instagram." And she's just like, he was like, "She's the famous one." And um like my friend had to be like, "Patricia's pretty famous too in the keyboard hobby, you know." Like of course it's a lot more niche than like food. Um but that was she told me about it, and that was like that was really 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 hard for me to hear, to see like that's how like my parent or my dad views me. um but I mean it's because she makes money for it and they see that, and then but they don't see the money I make, because yeah, the money I make from keyboards is not ever going to be as much as like the food industry. You know, the keyboard community is like so niche, right? And I've been trying to like branch out and like do other stuff, but it's just something that's hard for them to understand, which I like completely understand, but it's just hard whenever they make an effort with my sister, who also does social media. Her content's a little easier for them to consume because it's food, but it's just so easy for them to just like, you know, do this. Like it's not hard to just be like heart or like thumbs up, you know. It's one thing if they didn't know how social media works, but they do. And it's just like another thing that yeah, I told my sister confronted my dad, and my dad was like, he was like, it was a joke, you know. My mom is like that with my sister. Hi, Shibi. Well, um, I think the thing is that I don't make like a lot of money. And, you know, I didn't, I ended up, so if you're like wondering, like, so I'm the firstborn daughter. I had a lot of expectations set on me, and I failed to meet those expectations because they wanted me to be the first doctor in the family. But I was on my way to do that. However, I had a near death experience where it's like, oh, I could have died. And then from there, I was like, why am I living my life like this? I am so miserable. I am so burnt out. Why am I like, you know, why am I working so hard towards something that I don't even want to do just to like make my parents happy? I'm like, there's gonna be a day where I'm on my deathbed or like I'm like dying and I'm be like, am I happy? Did I do the things I wanted to do? And I know, like, for a long time, I'm gonna be like, you know, um, yeah, I'm firstborn too. Um, and I ended up not going the route of the doctor, which is fine. Um, they always tell me like, as long as you're happy, as long as you have money. Um, but I didn't go the path that they wanted me to go, and they kind of like flip-flopped because they had all their expectations on me, but then I didn't meet it, so then they placed it on my sister, and she met those expectations, like my sister is very successful and she has a kid, and I don't want kids. So it's kind of like the lineage dies with me. And I guess in their mind it's like I don't want to speak for them, but it's kind of like, you know, my sister became like the NP. Now she has a kid, and now they have a grandson from her. Whereas like me, I'm like still with them, which like I never thought was like an issue. Um, and they've like told me like, they mostly just like they're okay with me, right? Um, but like they don't like approve of Connor because they're like, why hasn't he married you? Why has he not bought you a house? Why has he not done all these things? But truth of the matter is like he has his own family shit he has to deal with, right? And like he doesn't want to live here either, but he's only here because it's where I want to be. It's where I wanted to be, because it's like for a long time I didn't mind living at home because I was like living at home sick. I get to see my mom. She'll like cook from time to time, get to see my dad. I get to interact with my parents. Kinko has like all the other dogs here, like, you know. Plus my mom has like the weird sleeping schedule like me, so I can go downstairs and just like talk to her whenever. And it must be nice for her too because, instead of her or me being alone late at night, like we have each other. So I always thought it was like a good setup. Um, and we went through like financial troubles too whenever stuff came up. But I honestly liked living at home, and the only reason like he was here is because he wanted to be with me and I wanted to be here. If it were up to him, like he wouldn't be here. Like who wants to like live with like. Of course not. You want your own place. Um, and so now that I'm starting to kind of like get a lot of that, like, I feel like now that my sister had a kid, they're now fixating back on me and being like, why are you not doctor? Why are you not rich? Why are you not married? Why are you not having kids? And it's like, I am, I do feel like a disappointment to them, but here's the thing, it's like, I think if I had lived how they wanted me to live, like, I think I would have been so burnt out and so miserable and so depressed that I would have achieved what they wanted me to achieve and then completely iced them out. Um, like, I feel like that is a general pattern where it's like, yeah, people just end up cutting off their parents because they're just like, you made me miserable, And oh, Frank, thank you for the 55. I want to say part of it is like my parents are worried about me, but I don't know how to tell them like because they think I'm sad, but I don't know how to tell them like I'm only sad because you guys are fucking making me really sad. Like I'm happy. I'm doing what I want to do. I was happy living here and you know, I was genuinely happy. But it wasn't until, you know, them keep like everyone around me telling me like you're unhappy. It's like I am. you know, it's like I know you're unhappy. I'm like I'm unhappy because you are making me unhappy. And you know what? They told me that me going to ceramics so late at night freaks them out. Um, how old am I? I am wait, does that matter? I'm afraid. I feel like anytime someone's like, "Well, how old are you?" It's like a judgy question. Sorry, that question kind of throws me off. Maybe it's like an innocent question, but I guess I don't see how it's like relevant. Is this what you're talking about? We've all been through. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like have shared experiences, so that's why I'm talking to you guys because I know you guys can somewhat empathize and I don't feel as alone because in the moment going through all of this, I'm just like, what the fuck, you know? Um, but so like talking to you guys and like realizing like, yeah, I'm not alone, it's kind of like it's nice, right? Probably innocent. Okay. Sorry, I just for context, I'm 33 for those who are wondering. And if you're like, why are you still living at home? To put in perspective, I graduated. I moved to Boston. Boston's very expensive. I was working for a startup. Um, Startup failed. I decided I was there for about 2.5 years. I I was very homesick and living in Texas and going to weather, like having seasons was actually very hard on me. Like seasonal depression was very difficult, right? And basically, whenever my startup failed, I wanted to move back home. I wanted to be closer to my family because not seeing them was like really hard on me. So Connor got a job back in Austin, so we decided to move back home, back to my family's home while we could save up for a job and I mean save up for a house. Um, and so we moved back. He was working, um, and then COVID hit, and then boom, it's like two. 3 years gone. Um, and then during that time, um, Connor lost his job, and then boom, the tech field exploded. So we're stuck again. And then he finally gets a job, but then boom, his family starts having financial problems and stuff like that. They need help. Um, and so it's just been like years and years of like things coming up and, trying to find like the right time, but I've like slowly tried like I've slowly learned that there's not really like a right time. Um, and so yeah. I think the whole COVID thing really fucked up a lot of our timeline. And yeah, so to kind of like explain my story. But I feel like COVID fucked with everyone's timeline, so the next thing I knew, it had been like, 7 years. Just like that. Yeah. I mean, I moved out of my parents' home when I was 18, actually. Um, and I didn't move back home until I was 23, 24. So I'd been gone for a little bit too. Well, wait, no, that's not right. I graduated when I was 22 and I was gone until like 25-ish. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's like more accurate. Um Also, we're not gonna use PE phone, by the way. I'm gonna dump that. But yeah, it's like I feel like time just really passed by so fast, and now everything is kind of like it's like a volcano. And like I know what it's like, living on my own and stuff like that. But I always thought like I stayed at home because I was comfortable here, but I'm slowly coming to the realization that like I really should have just tried to leave as soon as possible. And the thing is like my mom wants me to stay. Like my mom actually wants me to stay, but I feel like my dad is kind of like, please leave, you know? And the sense of like, yeah, I get it. They want their privacy, but I don't know, it's hard. I moved out, my dad called me a lot, and when I moved back, my mom, yeah, so that was like my mom. Basically, she thought, because I moved out when I was like 17, 18, and she just kind of like went ballistic on me because she's like projecting. Um, but she was like in a lot better mood when I broke up with my ex-boyfriend because she's just like, oh, Patricia is finally like moving back home. But then I didn't, and then I was gone for a long time. And I actually I wasn't going to move back home initially because I haven't lived back home in a long time. But then when I told my mom I was moving back, she was just like, move back in with us, like come live with us. And I was told like my mom was really, really happy. But my mom was the opposite. When I moved out, my mom did not contact me at all because I I don't know what it's called, but basically the way she loves is that if she knows like I'm leaving, she's like very cold to me, you know, because she doesn't want to get like attached. So she's like preparing herself. I don't know what kind of attachment style or detachment style that is, but basically, she knew like I was gonna leave and didn't want to like get too attached to me, so she distanced herself because she knew it was gonna be really hard. And she knew like if she called me when I was gone, she would, you know, miss me even more. So she just kind of like didn't call me altogether. I don't know what kind of not like anxious attachment or I don't know what it's called, but that's how she was. But then once I was back home, she was like really happy and I know she doesn't want me to leave because yeah, she stays up late at night and like I'm always awake, so she can always like talk to me if she needs to. Or like when her and my dad get in an argument, like I will go downstairs and I'll listen to them argue. And then I think this is why my dad kind of gets annoyed sometimes, but my dad will say something and I'll be like, "Dad, why are you like why are you saying that?" She's just like, "Yeah, see?" You know. It's funny cuz my dad no, I don't pull up a chair to listen, but I can hear them yelling from upstairs and I'm eavesdropping like of course, right? They don't know I actually have really good hearing. Um, but yeah. So whenever I told my mom, like, yeah, I'm clearing out the trash so I can move out, she immediately chewed my dad's ass out. And that's why he was like, I gotta talk to her, or else my wife's gonna be mad at me. So when he like approached me, was like, I need to talk to you. Give me a hug. And I was like, what is going on? what what is going on? It's kind of like the same thing where like don't get me wrong, my dad does love me, but um it's just some of the things him and my sister have been doing lately have been like, holy shit. Why do I even talk to any of you guys? like I'm just ranting, you know. At the end of the day, like I still do love the two of them very much. And yeah, if I won the lottery, I would take care of them, right? But I think it's just something that a lot of us like put up with in the sense of like, what is it piety piety, what is it called, basically like feeling um the need to like take care of your parents. I don't remember. Yeah, like I feel that very strongly, right? I don't know if anyone else is like the same way. Yeah, I mean, I only rant to you guys about like the bad stuff, but there's a lot of good stuff too. It's just recently it's been very hard. Well, I don't even bother fighting with my mom. My sister's 50 still at home. For a decade they wanted her to move out. My parents got old. Yeah. Here's the thing is like, if I had a home and my parents wanted to come live with me, I'd be like, okay, sure, come live with me. That's fine. Like, I would take them in, no problem. I know that sounds crazy. I know you guys might be like, what the hell, Patty? But it's just that sense of like the filial piety. It's like that kicking in for me. Like, I don't know what they did to me and how they did it, but they did it. Okay, like yeah. So I know some of you guys might getting PTSD, or you might be like, "Oh my God, your dad's terrible," but he's not. He's not. It's just different sense of how life should be, different generations. Like, he loves me in his own way, and I know that. It's just definitely some of the stuff he says. I'm like, what the fuck? I know, I know. But you know what? My sister kind of scared my parents because she was like, the way you guys are like treating Patricia, like, she's just gonna disappear again, like she did all those years ago. Because that's what happened. I went like, I went fully independent when I was like 18. Um, like full, like, I didn't get anything from them. Like, I was taking out loans, working, paying for my school, like all that jazz. And they were, and she was just, because there's like a period of my life where they don't know what I was doing, right? Because I just would not contact them. I would not tell them anything. Um, Nothing. And I think my sister, it really scared my sister, so she like told my parents. Um, she told my parents, she's just like, the way you guys are treating Patricia now, she's just like, she's gonna disappear and you're never gonna hear from her again. I hope you guys know that. And I think that scared my parents because they were like, oh shit, we remember when she did do that all those years ago, you know? Yeah, there's just like a period of like my life that my parents know nothing about because they were mean to me and I just disappeared. Didn't tell them anything. It was during my undergrad. They didn't hear from me for about 4 years. My brother mentioned pea ties during our talks for lunch tomorrow because they have Thailand. Yeah, my dad says that he thinks I'm unapproachable. And like, for context, when I started doing the pop-ups, he like asked my sister, he's like, Patricia's doing pop-ups? Like, does she have like, she doesn't even wake up in the mornings. How can she do that? And my sister would be like, Patricia was like a server and also like the manager at a bubble tea store. And he was like, she was? Like that's like how little like they know about like that time of my life. It's like they didn't know. I didn't tell them shit. And he was just like, "Oh." she has the discipline to do all that. She's like, yeah, like that's how I paid for college and my rent and Connor's schooling, or helped him with his like trade school. It's like I was the manager. I worked a lot. I worked doubles. I worked all day on the weekends. You know, I made the schedule. I did all this extra stuff, just like pay for everything, you know. And at one point, I was working 2 jobs. So, like, they were like, oh, well, she just sleeps all day. And it's like, hold up. You think I sleep all day, but I only sleep during the day, but I'm active at the night time. It's not like I just sleep all day. Like, I'm just not awake at normal people hours, okay? There's a diffy. Okay, let me go use the restroom and grab switches. I'll be right back, okay? Oh, shit, switches. Okay, the issue is I don't have enough switches for full size for one switch. Hold on, let me look. Okay, hello, Vin. Okay, is objective here? Objective can always like tell me what this is. I don't know what switches these are. Oh, I'm so sorry, YouTube. I didn't. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I always forget YouTube comments are being. I'm sorry, YouTube. I didn't know there's a Neo98. Yeah, it's coming out at the same time as the Neo75. Sorry. Sage linears? Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. YouTube is like I should. Well, yeah, they're the sage. Yeah. So, uh, you cannot have YouTube chat on your Twitch chat or something weird like that. I don't know if that's still the same rules, but like you can multi-stream, but you're technically not supposed to have YouTube chat on like your Twitch stream or something weird like that. There's some weird rules, so like I just completely forget YouTube chat is it's still the same rules, yeah. You're technically not supposed to do that, but maybe things have changed. I don't know. Get your shit together, Patty. Okay, I saw that, alright. No one's enforcing that. You never know. Someone might report me right now. Be like, someone with a vendetta. It's the same thing on YouTube. There's always one person who thumbs downs my video. I don't know who you are, but I know you're doing it. There's always just one thumbs down, like just always one. Your mom left without you? I do have a few haters out there. It's mostly because people think my builds don't sound good, and also because I'm boring and I take too long to build. And it's like, well, you know what? Sorry. Well, I think part of it is that they just think I'm not like an exciting streamer, which I can get behind because yeah, I'm not very high energy most of the time. Um I get it, you know. And maybe sometimes like what I talk about is either not relatable, it gives people PTSD, or it's like um I've gotten a few YouTube comments, but basically like this is gonna sound really bad, but people don't like hearing about stuff from like a girl. I know this sounds like really sad, but it's kind of like, why would I watch her review when she doesn't know anything? I'd rather watch one of the tech bros, you know? And it's like, okay, I get that. And there's like a few things that I typically like don't talk about with the board, mainly because like there's so many factors that goes into it. So for example, like um you know, like I could have a build that sounds like shit, like to someone, but like to someone else they might really like it. And you know, I'm not really the type of person to be like, this sounds like shit, you know, because to someone else they might really like it, and it's like not putting emphasis on things that are preference based, you know. And maybe that makes me like spineless because it's like have an opinion, Patty, but you know, it's like, you know, someone might really like it. Just because I don't doesn't mean like I will only point out something quote unquote bad if it like is like detrimental to the build, but it's like in terms of like commenting on sound, it's like what's the point? You guys like MX back blacks. I hate them, right? So like if I were to like build a board with MX blacks, like this sounds like shit. Like you guys would be like, the fuck? No, it doesn't. So it's like, you know, there's just some things that I don't really comment on, and I know that, but I do that on purpose, right? What stitches do your nails have? MX too longs. They're too long. it's kind of frustrating because I'll be like making my ceramics and then like I don't I'm not aware of how long they are because these are these are my natural nails except they have builder on them, but this is like my natural nail length, right? So it's not, this is the only one with like the fake nail because I broke it, but this is like the nail, this is the length of my natural nail. Crazy, right? Um but yeah, I want to cut them because I'm not used to how long they are, so I'll like nick my ceramic piece and I'll be like thought you wanted to be a manly man. They cut it short. Oh, cool kids? You think so? They're actually fishes. Can you see? Has someone made a fishy keycap set? I think they would be really cute, like a sardine or fish lure. Yeah, they're fishies. Why didn't Why didn't you ask her to rebuff it? Oh, I see. No, that's sad. Oh. I have a question. If I started doing the dancing TikTok threads, would you guys disown me? There's some really funny ones. You guys, posting cringe content is how you blow up, okay? Embrace the cringe. Okay, today at Petro Amano, which is a coffee place, I was trying to explain the club scene to Fruit and Joe, and they were like, huh? I'm like, you had to be there, okay? And so I started getting fed up. So I was like, I need my gay partner to defend me. Insty, I needed to rant to Insty. Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna get Insty on in on this. Like, you don't get it, okay? You just don't get it. I showed them I showed them Connor Story's butt, and they're like, "That's a butt." I'm like, "Yeah, that's a butt." Chinese drama. They are. It's always like in ancient China where it's like the king has a queen who's not loved, and he's a concubine who's mean to the queen or shit like that, or swapped, and it's like the love is like the good one is always treated like shit, and yeah, it hello Mout. Wait, you were here earlier, sorry. Well, I know, I know. You're like, well, how come there was no sex in the last episode? I was like, I was like, they got all their heated, passionate stuff out of the way. This one was all about, you know, the yearning, yeah. Thank you, Finn. Thank you. Have a good night. Yeah. I mean, but I told them, I said the reason why they do that is because it's like, you know, at the start of the relationship, you know, you're gonna have a lot of sex because, you know, you both are like, you know, but it isn't until they're just like, oh shit, we're actually catching feelings. Like, panic. Panic. Okay, panic. So, yeah. We're talking about Heated Rivalry, which is a show that's really gotten a lot of attention. And we do watch parties of it, and you know, there's just so much passion in it that it makes it like honestly a little contagious to like want to watch. I enjoy it a lot, but oh wait, do I hear something that I was like, oh god. Car Story and Hudson, they're the same age as Fruit. Okay, I don't have enough switches. I'm missing just a little bit, so. Oh yeah. Today Fruit learned that he was Gen Z. And we are kind of like, you didn't know that? I don't know. He hangs out with so many millennials, maybe he thought he was a millennial. Okay, yeah, I don't have enough switches, so I'm just gonna do the rest of these with these ones, so sorry. You know, Fruit eats 2 to 5 hot dogs a week. He's like, how many do you guys eat? We're like, a week? I mean, we eat one hot dog like every like 6 months. What the fuck? That's when I go to Costco. And I'm really hungry for whatever reason. Yeah, exactly. Do I go out of my way to buy a hot dog? Hell no. Yeah, he was like, how often do you guys eat a hot dog? I eat like 2 to 5 a week. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Really? You consume that many hot dogs? That's crazy. Although, if I won the lottery, I would ask if I could hire you to be my chef. Or would you be like, fuck no? Be your own chef. Let's see. I guess this goes in like... Okay, so the diffuser. Okay, cool. One meal a week, 100K. Okay, never mind. It's out of my budget. What if I bought you a house that you could live in? And then you just have to come over and cook me meals. But I will pay for the ingredients. Oh, that's not the right one. Okay. Okay, never mind. Avo doesn't want to be my chef. Who wants me to buy them a house to be my chef? Ness, we're not talking about hot dogs anymore. I should have sicked Ness on you too. Wait, Ness, this is a sponsored stream. Oh, hold on. Hold that thought. Hold that thought real quick until the end. But thanks for listening to me rant. Sometimes I feel a little bad because, yeah, it's like family things that I shouldn't talk about, but I I low-key feel like I've been going crazy lately, and just to kind of give you guys like some context of why I've been feeling the way that I have. Yeah, that sucks. Your mom just left without you, and you didn't get the Airbnb until today. What the heck? I mean, we could watch it after, but it's I have a few builds I have to do, so this is one of 6. So they did send me keycaps I'm gonna use. Wait, are these keycaps? You know, I didn't even open them. I probably should have opened them. Oh, they did. Yes. They sent me the marshmallow ones. Marshmallow. More bubble tea and candy stories are coming soon. Will these match? Uh, they don't healthy. I know, right? With the bows and the ribbons. Yeah, right. They're cute. I don't know if they would match this. Right? It's a little different. But they did send this to me, so I'll use it for a different build. Yeah, it is very cute. Wob? Buddy, I don't even own a Wob set. Beige? Buddy, I don't even use beige sets. Wait, let's see. You guys. Don't be so basic. Why don't we use... Sleep Blue? Damn, if I had Shoko... sad. Gone forever. How about... How about... No caps, no. Simon's asked to say the little bits for the stabilizer is hard to put in with... No, the tweezers make it a little easier. It's also a little harder because of my nails, so... I have a handicap. It's not as bad. Some of them were a little tight and you had to you kind of have to force it. So what I'd use is I'll use the tweezers and I'll like put it in the middle and kind of like turn it a little bit just to like widen it and then put the bits in. So some of them might be tight in that regard, but it's just when you're using like working with smaller parts, the tweezers just make it a little easier, at least in my opinion. Prussian blue is actually a different shade from this, unfortunately. I do have X-ray. But I've used X-ray on like a blue set like this before. We dream of anal. You guys do. How about Deep Navy is a bit, it's pretty dark. Thank you for the follow. Pacific actually would work, I think. We could do Pacific. Yeah. I don't have bento. Ollie, no. Wait, do I have Pacific? Oh shit, hold on. Is Pacific new box or old box? New box? Are you Pacific? Oh wow. Oh, I one shot that. One shot as in like I found it so easily. I didn't have to like dig through. Ooh. What do you guys think? It's not bad. And see, do you feel powerful with the hammer? No? Oh. Okay. Nose eye. You didn't get the nail. Sorry. You're not shiny enough. That's a messed up Patty. I'm so time for you to go buy your own buffer. You could do it yourself. I know that's not the point, but yeah, they're fun. Yeah, but you didn't ask. You didn't specify. But now next time you know. You know, I got this set for free from Reagan from Space Cables. He's like, do you want GMK Pacific? I was like, sure. Boom. Had it. I wonder what he's up to now. I wonder if people who leave the hobby ever, like, will, like, pop into streams from time to time just to, like, see. Yeah. Yeah. I think it was especially hard on, like, Alex to... But at the end of the day, it's like, you really can't mess with people's money. I mean, yeah, you just can't mess with people's money. I mean, you have to, right? I feel bad. It does, yes. Has not been deleted. I left the Shrew one a little bit ago, but I am in a lot of, like, quote-unquote dead discords. I don't know why. Just in case, I guess. Dino keys. I'm in Noxray's Discord, yeah. You just can't mess with people's money. There's always that risk, you know? Yeah, you know what? I got all my stuff too. You were probably one of the lucky ones where they still had like the stuff to ship out. I think I got all my stuff too because like they knew me and I was also in Austin. Really. Yeah, everything I've ordered from Kono I've also gotten. Wait, what should I put here? What normally goes here? Print, scroll, pause. Oh my gosh. Hasn't Vala been dead for a long time? Oh. Okay, let's see. Oh, is it still up? I got my phone suit too. Alright, Mingo. See you later. Wait, you got your house, right? Congratulations! Happy New Year. Happy holidays. I hope you're doing well. We have another person in chat who's about to get their house too. There's been a couple people in chat who've been trying to get me to play Dota. And I'm like, bruh. Let's try. Ain't no way. Oh, that's exciting. No, no Dota. No Dota. You know, Deeg disappeared too. But recently, he did post in his Discord. That was kind of like, whoa. Hello, Mellow Nello, what's up? Dota would come first before RuneScape, pretty sure. At least I know how to play Dota. RuneScape is like... I don't know how to play RuneScape. Cool. Neat. Alright. Let's make sure this works. Yeah, Pacific looks okay. Yes. Wait, Joe, you're talking to yourself? I was like, wow, NC said you did good, but I misread that. Turns out it's Joe saying he did good. I was like, wow, NC said you did good. Okay. Okay. Actually, so 10 looks good. Okay. Command. These are sage, right? Okay, so this first build we're doing is with foam, PP plate, and it is the gasket mount. Wait, is that what they're calling it? Sometimes they have like different names for the mounting, so let me just make sure I'm calling it correctly. Because it's silicone gasket, pour on, and then top mount. I'm pretty sure this is called the... Wait, so this is called the silicone gasket. Oh no. Was it? Foam, PP plate, silicone gasket. Okay, give me one sec. Hey guys, so today is the Neo98. We're building a Gateron Sage switches. The first one we're doing is PP plate with foam, and this is silicone gasket mount. Give me one sec. Okay. Yeah, he probably could. I have really long nails right now, and they're kind of a handicap for me. Um, and I do feel really bad doing like a review stream with long nails because I personally can hear when my nails like tap on a key, and I try my best to do like completely like flat, right? To not have that affect it. But as you guys can see, like I'm normally around like 110, 120, but with the nails, like I am slow, unfortunately. Yeah, so I'm gonna get rid of the nails. It's just I've been busy and I can't, I can't remove them myself. Yeah, Connor types very fast. He does. But yeah, I do feel really bad. The nails are very cute, yes, but I know how they affect typing tests, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but you know, it's one of those things like I am aware of. Some people say it's like not a big deal, but there are also people who go to meetups and test people's stabilizers and judge them based on that. Like, there's always gonna be like those kind of people. So that's like that's a very big pet peeve of mine. It's like you know they're not listening to hear the mods. They're doing it to like test the person and if they've done a good job tuning. And then if they didn't, they're just like, these sound like shit. It's like, oh my god. Don't you have to be tall to do that? Unless you like are picking up the board. The only like downside for doing all the like multiple builds is that I have to remove all the screws. I know. That's like you can't hear anything and people still do it. Nice. Do you think you have the longest streak? I think boss quests might. Hmm. It's either boss quests, maybe Kim. Um. Okay, so... Okay. So one neat thing about this one is if you're like, oh my gosh, you're using pour-on gasket, but then how do you take it off and incorporate it with the silicone gaskets? So they've made it so that it should technically just like friction fit in. So if you want to remove it, you can. But as you can see, there are grooves to just kind of friction fit in. The one drawback for this is like if it's like a little loose, there's nothing to really like adhese it into place. But this is one way to basically ensure that, you know, like adhesives don't wear down over time. And also you can still go through like the different mountings, right? So it goes into the same slots that the silicone gasket goes into, but since it has like cubbies for it to fit in, technically you can like remove it. Yeah, so it's not your typical like pour-on gasket with adhesives. They have built-in like little cubbies. But yeah, the only drawback is like if it's not like, hey, stop. Sorry, cat's eating a package. If it's not like perfectly in place, you know. Oh my god, don't say that about John, okay? He worked very hard on that board. I think John has been more focused on his cafe recently, right? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Oh, for what? A wedding? Oh, I see. Might be doggo's last snow. Oh, your family has a dog? I didn't know that. I know you guys have cats, but I didn't know you had dogs too. Yeah, his mom left him. Income's good. She's eating again, so that's good. Um, I will say, so far, not too big of a fan on this mounting. It's just you have to be a little bit more precise, right? So if you are doing it this way, just realize that it does take a little bit more, like making sure everything is like aligned. Cat? Are you trying to see how many cats I have or more information about my cat? I have 3 cats. I have Kilo, who is my Siamese cat. Or she's like a Siamese mutt. And then, like, she has a Siamese coloring, but she's a mutt. And then I have Miso, who is Maine Coon Tabby mix. And then I have Cosmo, who is a Persian Himalayan. Kilo is turning 13. Miso's like 11. Cosmo's like 10. They're all a little older. I've had them all since I was in college. And then I have Ginkgo, who is my dog. She turned 7 this year. On December 5th, actually. Are we? Yeah, these I would recommend if you're doing this one, it's like some kind of tweezers to really help you like push it in. You could just use your fingernails, but I feel like the tweezers really help secure it in. You definitely have to make sure that these are all like fully secure. Yeah, see like that. It's just like popped out. Yeah. I think in theory the no adhesive must seem like nice, but you have to really make sure. Okay, cool. Longest standing followers? Wait, are you really? Yeah. See, it just shifted out of place. Okay, let's see. Hopefully that's like better now. I wonder how long I wonder how long like Ajax has been following. Oh. Yeah, see, this one fell out. This one also fell out. I think Justin might have been following me for a long time, but then there's a time where I was like, guys, test out my new follower alert, and people unfollowed me and refollowed me to like test it out. I mean, yeah. Connor has like, he's the one who helped me set up my stream. But there's a long time Connor didn't tell his friends I was streaming, and still to this day he doesn't, because like some of his friends can be kind of weird. He's like, yeah, I mean, I think RuneScape people are really weird, but I think EverQuest people are even weirder. Yeah, there are private servers for EverQuest. Yeah, you know what? It's funny because like I met some RuneScape streamers on at Twitch. They were super nice until they're like, yeah, we're RuneScape streamers. I was like, oh, which one? Old school RuneScape? And they were like, no. And then they were like all of a sudden very cold, and I was like, oh, Alright, sorry. I don't know, you didn't specify. How was I supposed to know? I didn't even know there's different RuneScapes, like, sorry. I feel like RuneScape players are like the people like in high who like peaked in high school and can't like ever get past that, so they kind of like live in the past, you know, with their formal glory. I kind of feel like RuneScape players have like that same energy. No, not me. I didn't play WoW until Legion. And you know what? Whenever people were, I would like critique people on like their skill, and they'd be like, "Little Missy, I've been playing since vanilla. You don't need to tell me how to play." I'm like, well, apparently someone does if you've been playing all these years and you're still bad at the game, so someone's got to say something. Like, rip the band-aid job, let's do it. I forget who it was that I met. Maybe Mason would know. I was like, Mason, look, I met a famous RuneScape streamer. He's like, oh, he's not old school. So I don't know him. Oh, this guy. I met Volney G0ATT, so goat, and the RS guy. That's who I met. I know, I met those three. They got so mad when I was like, you play old school RuneScape? They're like, no. Let's see. Volney GOATT and the RS guy. I met those three. They're RuneScape 3 players. Actually, one of the guys wanted me to build him a keyboard, and I was like, do you use a keyboard in RuneScape? I thought you just needed your mouse. I guess to type. To be like, type in your messages. Okay, so this is the prawn gasket foam. Hi guys, this is prawn gasket. We are using foam, and this is the PP plate. Okay. Tastes very kind of echoey, hollow, just me. It's not strong. However, this configuration is like a little interesting because in terms of typing feel, this one felt a lot more um, firm, I guess. Is that how I describe it? But basically, with the silicone gaskets, I felt like it was not as much like pushback, but with the pour-on, it definitely felt like, I don't want to say stiff, but it was more firm. Like there was harder feedback from it than at least these silicone gaskets. So I don't know if the space bar is like echoey, but it is like a little bit weaker in comparison to like, you know, the other mods. Okay, do you guys want to hear top mount or can I skip top mount? How many of you guys actually want to hear top mount? Bruh. Okay, okay, sorry. Okay. Just... No! Okay. Got hit with the no. What if I do top mount with no foam? How about that? Okay, we'll do top mount with no foam. Compromise. Because this has foam. Wait, yeah, I feel like we haven't split anything in a long time. Okay, so far, actually one of my biggest critique is I do not really like the... I like the way the pour-on gasket feels. However, I think installation, I could see it being a bit like of a headache for some people. It's kind of like once you get everything in place and like friction fitted, then don't take it apart kind of deal. But I don't know. Let's see if any like fall out right here. Okay, so none fell out. That's good. So we're not doing top mount with this one. We're gonna do it with no foam, right? I'm sleepy. I woke up at 2 a.m. So I've almost been up for 24 hours. Let's see. Like Inko feeling bad and like having to go to the vet like really fucked me up. It just was not. What are you guys arguing about? Are you talking about words per minute or... spring weight? Oh. You guys. Anything above 50 is heavy, okay? Don't talk to me. Why am I getting question marked? 51 is heavy. 50's not heavy. 51 is heavy. And if you're like, you just have weak fingers, like, I was a piano player. Don't talk to me about weak fingers. I don't have weak fingers. I'm very strong. You know, Connor and I did a workout with my trainer, and I was shoulder pressing the same weight as him. So apparently I got strong shoulders. Very proud. I'm about to become those, like, people that take pictures of their backs. And be like, look at my back with my shoulders, you know? You should tear one of Sewell's arm. Oh, yeah? How? Why did you jump to that point? Connor was sleeping today. I was like, Connor, you wanna go with? He's like, nah, I'm too tired. And then he woke up. He's like, where are you? I'm like, I am out right now. I tried inviting you. He's like, I do not remember that at all. I'm like, I say, okay, I don't know what to tell you. Well, he had to work the Friday, so like the day after Christmas. Today, Joe and I shared a lunch. We got this Christmas December special, where it's fried chicken with biscuit and gravy, a salad, and whipped potatoes. It was $26, but $5 of it went to donated to the food banks. Yeah. And then I got a pancake and grapefruit juice. That was good. And then afterwards, we went to Hecho Amano to get drinks. So that's the only reason I'm still like alive, is because I had a matcha. Yeah, I like grapefruit. I like grapefruit. I like pomelo. It's my mushrooms, I know. Joe was giving me so much shit because I was like, are you allergic? He's like, that's crazy. Just because I'm allergic to everything doesn't mean I'm allergic to everything. And I was like, okay, please. Like, like, there's ice cream and it had like cinnamon. I was like, are you allergic? And he's like, that's crazy. And I was like, what? I don't know. There was something else. I was like, are you allergic? And he was like, that's crazy. I was like, Joe, you literally are allergic to everything, okay? Like, And then you know what? We were sniffing candles. He's like, "Oh, I'm allergic to coconut. I can't smell it." We're like, "Oh my god!" Like, what the heck? Yeah, and then he smelled it. Also, we went to this like thread store, this like little craft store where they sell a bunch of like yarn and stuff. They do knitting or crochet. Cute little store, okay. And then Fruit's like, "Do you have a bathroom?" They're like, "Yeah, it's over there." Fruit apparently demolishes the poor lady's bathroom, okay? And like, I was like, "Where's Fruit?" And said, Matthew had to use the restroom, and then Fruit was like, "Good luck." And Matthew was like, "What?" I was like, "Oh god." And then Matthew was in there for a long time, and I was like, "God, this lady's poor bathroom." And then after he was done, and then Joe was like, "Me too." And I was like, "Oh my god, you guys are just dropping dookies in this poor lady's bathroom, and she's gonna have to use it afterwards," and be like, "What the hell? They demolished my toilet." Yeah. I kind of have like PTSD from like TwitchCon when Assy somehow Assy somehow booked an Airbnb with like 3 dudes and 1 girl to 1 bathroom. Like, I was like, oh my god. I had to go last. Like, that was terrible. That was terrible. I had to go after Kiwi. Oh, Kiwi's a big person, okay? This is one thing you know about big people is big poops, okay? So that was definitely oh my gosh. Neither of them used it. Well, you know what? I'm sorry. I saw both of them, you know, go in, and then I saw you go in. I was like, there is no way I'm going in. That toilet is probably demolished. Like, well, I gave Fruit a lot of shit today. Oh my god. And see, I'm gonna send you the holiday card that Fruit is like, "Oh, I have a holiday card for you." Oh, thank you for the resub. He's like, "Here, I have this holiday card for me and Ella," and I was like, uh. Fun. It has his like full name on it. That's why I didn't post it publicly. Thanks for the prime. He's like, "I have a holiday card with me and Ella," and it's like a picture that he took of Ella by herself, and then a picture of him that someone else took by himself. We didn't. It was our texting group. I tried to add you, but it was like non-iPhone user. I was like, oh, what the? Yeah. Oh, hello, Oxy. Oxy, there's this potter in the UK, just like this old man potter, and he centers like 13 pounds of clay, like with one hand, basically. I'm like, These UK potters are built diffy. There's also a really funny TikTok by another UK person. She says it in her accent, but she's like something like in her British accent was like something bad is about to happen. I can feel it in my clit. And I was like, oh my god. I was dying. Oh god. Yeah, it was really funny. I don't know, but I was I was watching this. It was so funny. Some of the UK girlies are a little too unhinged. Like people loved how unhinged the golden Labubu was until she went truly unhinged and made the KSI Labubu, and it's like, okay, wait, hold up, slow down, homegirl. Yeah, you know what? I like watching his stuff, but I wonder how he is like in real life because you know sometimes you get like weird vibes from like certain creators. Like I like watching his stuff, but I somehow get the feeling that he might be like I don't want to say like pretentious, but do you know what I'm saying? It's like I feel like he could be hard to work with. No, it's one of those things where like it's like based on how like his stuff is really good, but he seems like such a perfectionist that I could see like it maybe being hard to like work with him, or it's um like his way or the highway type of deal. I'm not saying that's how he is, but like I could maybe see something like that. I mean, but he's been doing this for years, is what he does, and he's like really good at what he does. But I could see like potentially him being hard to work with. I don't know, it's just one of those like weird like women intuition things, I guess. I also it was crazy because there is this oh welcome back I heard um there's this one Asian creator that you know he made like a bunch of like meme videos um but I always got like weird vibes from him, and then later on, do you guys know Gina? um Basically she came out was like this guy, this known content creator who makes all these like funny joke videos, he is like spreading herpes like knowingly. Wait, was it herpes? It was something, but he was like sleeping with girls knowing he had STDs. Um and maybe you guys have chlamydia, yeah. Um and so whenever that news came out, I was like, oh god, I always knew this guy was fucking weird, you know? Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate because like a lot of like Asian creators have been getting like outed for being like weird, and it's like, damn. Don't meet your heroes. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? No. But yeah, I mean, I I actually kind of had a hard time watching her videos too. Um, like sometimes I would be like, you know, pop off queen, like, but sometimes it's like, Do you guys know Mousetrap? Maybe Frank knows it. Frank, do you know Mousetrap? Or maybe not Frank. Maybe I should ask Insty. Wait, is it Mousetrap? I don't remember. The movie. Wait, Mouse Hunt? Is it Mouse Hunt or Mousetrap? I think it's Mouse Hunt. Yeah. Yeah, it was Mouse Hunt. The Mousetrap? Hmm. I'll let you in. Yeah, it's a really nice stream. We've been watching... What did we watch last week? Well, we only watched Heated Rivalry and a French animated movie that got nominated. I think Oxy has the list. Oxy! Wait, if Oxy's still here, he can link it. I watched the Chef movie today. It was mid. Which Chef movie? The one we watched? Well, we watched some like Asian movies recently that was like, there was one I was like, oh fuck. You know, like like yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. There's also the one where the funeral home one. That one, yeah, that one fucked me up. I was ugly crying. Yeah. We watched a Jackie Chan movie. One Jackie Chan one recently. See, we don't put mic on. It's like pure chat only. Everyone copes differently. Nah, I don't want to hear the homies. I love you guys, but ain't no way. I will server mute people. Like, especially people who have voice activity on when you're watching a movie in a really intense like time and you just hear it's like, oh my god, this is mute your mic, your turn. I mean, I feel like in Nosferatu, when we saw him naked for the first time, you just heard me go, ugh. Oh yeah, you would also like in Mickey 17 where Robert Pattinson gets reborn for the first time and you see his butt. I would definitely be like, ass. And see, that's his name. But that's like different, okay. No, we shouldn't. That would piss me off. I'm definitely server muting Vin. I don't want to hear Vin's commentary. It's gonna piss me off. We'll have mics on like before we start, but it's like after that we all mute. Honestly, Avo ruined it once because Oxy like talked and I was like it's like no, no, that's how you scare him into his hole and he's never gonna talk ever again. Like no, Avo, no, play it cool. He did. Yeah, we do need to play Played Up. But it's really interesting, like, doing our movie nights and seeing, like, how certain people... Like, there's some movies where, like, Oxy and Insty will agree. And meanwhile, I'll be like, fuck this movie. Or there'll be movies that are like, you know, Insty and I will love, and Oxy will be like, fuck this movie. So it's interesting to see that. Yeah, Oxy just really likes his weird Japanese movies. Not even weird, but the slow burn ones. Not even slow burn. I don't even know how to describe it. I think the one movie that, like, I think collectively we all liked was Anora. However, that movie was so stressful, I would never watch it again. I thought it was really good, but would not watch again. Yeah, it was really good. Don't get me wrong, but I was so stressed out. It's like that movie with Adam Sandler, Uncut Gems. That one had me so stressed out. I had to like Google the ending before it was even over because I was like, I cannot. Is that the Timothy Chalamet one? Yeah, we could watch it. I think we're also supposed to watch the Alien one whenever it comes out. Yeah, she's like the half robot. I know Avo's been wanting that. Try to do my best to cater to what most people want, but sometimes it's hard because like very we have a variety of tastes. And some people are more what's it called? Like you're willing to try things than not. Tolerant? I don't know. Open-minded? Well, we're supposed to watch the SpongeBob movie, so okay. The first SpongeBob movie, I actually liked it. I thought it was funny. I watched it like 4 times, okay? I actually did like this first SpongeBob movie. uh, I like SpongeBob. I think Patrick's really funny. I think Patrick would be the definition, not the definition, but if I had to categorize Patrick, I would say he would fall under like the himbo category. Wait, so I actually don't remember. I think we have one on the back burner we were gonna watch. Um, I don't remember the second one if we decided. Wait, Oxy says he'll watch anything. Oxy, should we play that bacteria game? Where I'm just like floating around eating other bacterias? You'll watch anything, right? I will watch For context, you guys, I was playing this demo of this game where you're playing this microorganism that's consuming other smaller bacteria so you could evolve, and I spent like about an hour trying to evolve. And chat was so mad at me. But it got to the point where it is just so funny to me that I just kept playing it. They were like, please stop playing this game. I'm like, surely it's here. Like, I'm about to find this, and we're about to evolve, and we're gonna be top of the food chain. That was good. I had a lot of fun. Oh, I think we're gonna watch Carol, right? New Knives Out? Didn't we watch that? Is that a different one? Wait, which one did we watch with like the kids? Was that not also called Knives, or it's a different one? I'm not very good with the movie names. I have this problem where once I've settled on what I think something is called, then I will just always call it that. I do really like the movies that, you know, afterwards you have a discussion, like the whatchamacallit? The one we watched, the one we watched with the couple. I was like, this is a really fucking sad movie. Yeah, I think surface level, you're just like, wow, she's crazy. But if you look at it more deeply, it's like, girl is going through some shit. I feel really bad for her. I did think she did like a good job. Speaking of which, really appreciate your interpretation of it. I clocked it. You talking about? Oh, of Die My Love? Yeah, that movie made me like sad. Unless you're not talking to me, then oops. The Bourne movies. How many are there? 8? That's like 3 too many. Yeah, and you know what the fucked up thing is? I think he only married her so he could admit her to the mental health hospital. I think that's the reason why he married her. Because there were so many times before where he could have married her, but it wasn't until that he was like, I need to admit her. I'm gonna marry her now. And then admitted her immediately after. Because in America, you can do that. Your husband can admit you. And I think that's why he was missing. I think he got married, went to go to the hospital to admit her, came back to take her, gone. I think that's why he was missing. I don't think he was cheating on her. I mean, he was, but not that night. I legitimately think. No, he married her so he could admit her. Because they had so many chances when they were in love to marry, but he couldn't admit her until he married her. And I think that's why. And I think that's why he was missing. Because he was doing all that. Is that a hot take? It's not. Because he wasn't there, and immediately after, she went to go take the baby, and then they captured her and put her into the hospital. There's no way he could have done all of that prior, because they weren't married. The marriage came out of nowhere. Because they had so many opportunities to quote unquote get married, right? But he kept saying, like, you need help, blah, blah, blah. But he couldn't admit her because they weren't married. But after they did, boom. He went to the hospital, set it all up, gone. Anyways. Alright. This configuration. This is PP plate, no foam, boron. Before. Okay. Hi guys, this is PP plate with no foam, and we're using the pour-on gaskets. No, I can do it next. Top out. Yeah, we'll do next. 8K. Would you be mad she won Best Actress for that part in the movie? I don't remember the other nominees, so we'll have to see. I did not like the Bug movie. I thought the ending was funny, but it kind of it like set itself up like he was so insane that he had to be like, you know, onto something. I just thought it was funny. They're like, what happened to your hair? It's like, oh my god. But I didn't like the movie overall for that one. I don't remember who was like nominated for what though, so I just really like movies that Begonia, yeah, that one. I really like movies that you have to think about. But it has to make sense. Like there's some Japanese movies that are like so obscure that you're like, what? Like I don't like those kinds of movies. Like what was that one movie we watched? Like Ritual was kind of pushing it, right? Like it definitely made me think, but there's some parts where I was like, okay. Yeah. There's one movie we watched where we talked about for a really long time, but I don't remember. But it was like discussions like that that I really enjoy. Oh yeah, Miscommunication, the movie. Okay. Oh, we're gonna do top mount first. I need to take these screws out. Closer. Have we? Like, there's one movie I watched that I thought was very uncomfortable, but I enjoyed watching it because afterwards I kind of like analyzed it. Um, I think it was one Oxy really liked. Uh, a piano teacher. That one was kind of a hard watch for me, but I love thinking about it afterwards and being like, why did she do the things that she did? You know, and like thinking about it. Like sometimes I hate obscure endings, but sometimes they're done really well that especially if you have like your own interpretation of it as well. Because like me and my cousin had like different, like completely different interpretations of the ending. So like for someone like Oxy has seen it, right? Like I thought the ending was like basically her realizing that, you know, her being so traumatized by the experience and like wanting to get revenge, and meanwhile he acted like nothing happened. So I think that was really hard for her. And you know, she's always used pain as like basically something to kind of like bring her back. So I thought, like, I saw it as like almost like a snap out of it, you know. Oh, oh, oh! I didn't put these. Oh, oh no. Oh, okay. These are just positioning. Okay, okay. So these are just to help position them into place, especially for like the ones that might shift. Okay, I see. Uh, this one closer. Oh, I feel like I've seen this. It looks very familiar. Hmm. Uh, wait. Itzy, which one are you talking about? Piano teacher or something else? Oh, no, so the one I was talking about was piano teacher. About like the ending. It's a French movie that I thought was really hard to watch, but the ending was like a lot of the movie you're just kind of like, man, poor girl. Well, for me it was like that, right? I don't know if Oxy felt the same way, but that's like I do think that's like a movie if you want to watch that, like watch it by yourself. Yeah, it was a very hard watch. I thought it was a great movie, but like me and my cousin had different interpretations of the ending. Um, but yeah, you guys want a hard watch movie, that was a hard watch movie. For the top mount, we actually don't need these like positioning beans, so I won't include them. This, I see your message. You deal with that. You're the lead mod. Basically, Natalie Portman almost made him straight. It's the TLDR. I was 6. Yeah, Fruit was 4. Oh, Turtle Cat, thank you for the resub. Hello. It's a late night stream. But Izzy should be old enough to run for president. I thought it's like 35. Is it not? Am I getting it mixed up? We were talking about our movie nights and like hard to watch movies. There's one movie that we watched where I was like, ugh. It's like the it just got weird at the end, the ballerina one. That one wasn't like a hard watch, but it was kind of like, the hell's going on? I don't remember the name. No, not Black Swan. Yeah, I hate those kind of movies. Like, it's like the Berserk effect. I hate that. Like, everything is kind of like normal. There's like some weird things here and there, and then like a complete like whoop, and everything's crazy and nothing makes sense. It's like, why? Why would you? There was so much plot that you were just like, yeah, we're gonna crumble this up and throw it away. And just like throw this at you. Like obviously you knew something was like sus, but it's just like at the end it was like, I don't like those kind of movies, because then it's like you just wasted like so much of my time. What's the point of providing plot if you're just gonna throw that plot away? I guess. And it's also like, it feels bad when the movie, like, like, their cop-outs, like, it was all a dream. Everything you watched was just a dream. And it's like, really? Are you fucking serious right now? Okay. This one is PP plate, top mount, no foam. Okay. Alright. We have PP plate, top mount, no foam. Shade? For me, there's no shade. I'm too tired to shade. I do think it's interesting though, there is like a difference between like the different mountings. Sometimes they're like very subtle, but there's a big jump. At least with the mods from top mount, right? I mean, you would think that's like to be expected, but sometimes it's like not that case. But this one, I thought the mods were a bit stronger in my opinion, but I mean, you know, could just be like a matter of switches and what people end up using. But one thing that just consistent with top mount is like the feedback. You know, you're gonna have stiff feedback, right? Oh wait, I have a question that I, I have a heated rivalry question for you guys. I'll ask after because we're still sponsored stream, but wait, so I heard that Hudson and Connor Story agreed to do whatchamacallit? Do we watch new episode? No. I want to. I'm waiting. Try not to get spoiled. I see. You don't know. Me and Insty have literally dodged landmines because that shit is all over TikTok and Instagram right now, okay? Like, the amount of self constraint we've had to just, like, whoop, 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 oh, whoop. Like, yeah, I've done a very good job just, like, not looking, okay? Yeah, I know. Insty used to send me a lot of, like, Chinese reels. Now it's the Chinese reels and the heated rivalry reels. Joe is telling me how you get mad at him for sending him like the Douyin girls. Douyin. I like the I like the muscle mommy ones. Those are fun to watch. I mean, you can learn to like appreciate the skill that they put into like their makeup. There's this one girl that shows up on my feed all the time, but she's just like she's always screaming like uh bao bao. She like cooks. Ness, you cheated. You've read all the books. Okay. I'm waiting. I'm trying not to get spoiled on anything. I'll read the books after. I'm trying to go in fresh, okay? Minty fresh. No spoilers. No nothing. Does a spoiler say butts? No. I actually really do like watching their interviews. They're so like unhinged. It's so funny like how different they are from like their characters and also somewhat each other. You know, I think Hudson Williams has like that. He looks dead inside. Like he has dead eyes. Like I don't know how to explain it, but he literally just has like a blank stare. It's like it's not him because you can see like him making expressions on his face, but I don't know how to explain it. He's not his eyes are not very expressive. I think that's what it is. I feel like dead eyes is kind of harsh to say, but I just think his eyes, he doesn't really speak with his eyes. He looks so dead inside. I mean, that is an aesthetic. That's something girls like sometimes. Yeah, he is. I think it's crazy his vocal range. Oh, y'all know you got lazy eye. I didn't know that. Maybe it's just like something I've noticed. But you know what? You know what's funny? You remember how that one person came in here and asked like how to say like the phrase in Chinese, I low-key think that's like something like Shane would do. Just be like, hey guys, I don't know who else to ask, but how would you say, like, is this the right translation in Russian? We would be like, oh my god. Well, it's just like he's not, his eyes don't really change. Like it's mostly his face, but I feel like that, like, I don't know how to explain it. There's just something about his eyes that just kind of stay the same-ish the whole, like, most of the time. I got offended when someone's like, "Oh, you like Heat Rivalry because it's just like BL," and it's like, no, it's like so much more than that. Like, 'cause it's just softcore porn. I'm like, no, it's so much more than that. Like it's so much more. Like this is why like I love some smuts in the first place because it's just like so much. There's so much in it, right? I mean, the thing is, like, people are like, it's just all like sex scenes, but fans have enough clips of not sex scenes to make full on edits. Like, like it's more than just that, okay? There's a lot of success, so yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just there's so much more, you know. Like if I wanted to watch softcore porn, like I have plenty of outlets, but that kind of stuff put with like emotion and like the yearning, like that's hard to get, you know. I feel like it's just awakened a lot of like, you know, deep feelings that I haven't felt in a long time. I think it's the same for a lot of people. It just does something. I don't know how to explain it, okay? You either get it or you don't. Yeah. We're talking about heated rivalry, which is about gay hockey players and their forbidden love as rivals, and also it being a huge stigma of coming out as gay in like sports. Yeah. It's it's very popular right now. Yeah. It's it's so refreshing to see like I wouldn't say like natural because it's obviously like not natural, but it's like it feels more realistic in some sense. Like, yeah, boom, dick pic. We're like, oh, that's a dick pic, you know? Like, I don't know, just I think they both play their characters very well. And the fact that they're like opposite of that in real life, especially Connor's story, I think he's a fantastic actor. It's like, whoa. I would not have expected that. Okay, this is our last configuration. This is, I think a lot of people thought he was too. Even like people who are Russian were like pretty impressive, pretty like surprised. Wait, Mao, you've seen it? The last episode? God, we've been waiting. We've been waiting for the cottage. I've been thinking about it. God damn it. Ness, don't. Don't. Hold on. Hi guys, last configuration, but this is silicone gasket PP and we're not using any foam. Yeah, man. These nails would be gone. If I needed to become a keyboard warrior, like, I would get rid of my nails. Okay, so that is the board. We did 5 configurations. We did skip top mount, but I guess, yeah, let's talk about it. So, where do I start? I'm trying to like figure out where to start, but I'm honestly a little low blood sugar, so that's why I'm kind of like, oh man. Um, I guess I will say that I I feel like with the Neo boards we have seen so far. Oh god, this is gonna sound bad. I feel like this one was a little underwhelming. Like I have always been very impressed with like the Neo boards, right? And I've always been like, oh yeah, that's like a smart way to incorporate. But I do feel like this one was a little underwhelming. Not that it has to be like something innovative or new, but I think with the way that like the 95, the 75 are being released, and also just like some of the things that were implemented or like weren't implemented, like I do think it's still like a thoughtful design, but I do think there were some points that were like a little lower for me. But I understand like, so this starting price is like, let's see. It was right here. So Neo98 149, Neo75 139. Okay, so while it felt underwhelming for me, like you guys kind of have like, we have to take a step back and realize that Neo has like different lines, right? So they have like the Neo CU, they have just like the Neo. And so I would say this is like their bare bones, you know, they're setting the bare bones for just like the plain Neos, right? It's not really getting into the territories of like whatchamacallit, like the other more premium lines of the Neo. Neo is supposed to be, so it is like a subsection of, you know, QWERTY keys. But I feel like there is some confusion between like what the main difference between QWERTY keys and like so like QK and Neo is. So while you have the Neo line where it's just like your normal keyboards and then you kind of go up to a more premium with the CU, whereas like the QK boards have a very specific style that they like have just kind of like branched off of. And so while I say this kind of felt like underwhelming to me, I think it's a bit unfair because I'm comparing it to like the more recent, you know, boards that Neo has come out with, which is quote unquote the more premium line. So taking a step back and like while I do think that I have to understand that this is like the baseline, right? They've made this basically it feels like as affordable as they could. You know, like it did feel like some things were like kind of missing. But if you accept this for being like the baseline, and then later on when they do like, you know, the Neo98 CU and like that being a lot more impressive, I think I think that's kind of where we kind of that's where we have to like not judge it from, but that's kind of where we have to start. Like this is a very like bare bones, you know, build, I'd say, or design, right? Like there are still some neat things throughout where you're like, whoa, cool. But I do think that it's a little difficult coming from like the CU line and then coming back to this line. So me having to like remind myself that this is like their first 98, right? I could be wrong. Oh, K-Pong, hello. Yeah, we're almost done. Don't mind me. I I've had a crazy last few days, so I am reviewing the board now. We did get 5 builds, so let's see. Shot by category or shot by brand. Neo. Okay, yeah. Hello, Dr. Snuggles. Hello. Yeah. So, um, this is like the baseline for them because they have a Neo 80, then the Neo 80 CU, and then like they have the Neo 60 CU, Neo 60 Core, right? Oh, thank you. I'm pretty much almost done. We've been streaming for a long time, but thank you. Um, we just have to understand that this is baseline. This is like the baseline model. So there might be some things that I might have commented on, but yeah, I feel like I just went on this like huge tangent, you know. But anyways, let's look at the board. Oh, thank you. That's what happens once you get loopy. Okay. Thanks for the link. Okay, so Neo98, there's an upcoming board. They're also going to be releasing the 75 at the same time. So 7 different colors. I have the slate blue right here, right? So this is not, so this is technically a full size, but not true full size. It's closer to 1800. This layout is very reminiscent of a board that you guys may or may not know, but basically what they've done is they've condensed the nav cluster. You still have the full numpad, However, nav cluster has been condensed. They removed these two keys. They've exploded the arrows, right? And then they've managed to add like an extra key right here. The layout is very interesting. There is one very similar to it that I mentioned earlier, but this is like a design choice that I've seen before, like getting rid of this like extra key right here and just doing like exploded arrows. And then they do have this LED badge right here. It has a diffuser, so it's very subtle. I'm assuming if you take this off, it would be more dramatic, but I do have it on. But here is the top side. It looks like there's only one layout option, like there are not multiple. Like there's no like win key or, you know. Yeah, no win key. Yeah, no win key. But here's the top. Here's the side. So I talked about the side profile a little earlier, but we found out that this is the top, this is the bottom. This mid piece with the side accent is actually the battery cover, right? And there's 3 different kinds, and depending on the color case you get, it will have a corresponding mid piece to it, right? But all the ones are going to be the color you pick on top and then the silver bottom. And then depending on which color you pick, this part will also change. But yeah, this part is actually the battery cover. Here's the back with all my fingerprints. So you do have a choice of choosing your back weight. So this mid piece will stay the same, but you can pick the weight on the outside. And there are 5 colors. There's golden weight, silver, PVD gold, and then mirror PVD dusk, right? So this will be the same, but then these will change depending on which one you get, right? And then here is the USB port. So once again, you can see that little accent, and that is the battery cover. And then you have the front lip. Okay, so this board has 3 mounting styles. You have traditional top mount, you have silicone gasket, which goes on the PCB, and then you have pour-on gasket, which goes on the case. So I want to say, let's see. The biggest difference, at least when I was building it, between like the gasket or between like the pour-on or the silicone was the basically the typing feedback. Sound is a little more difficult to comment on because of, you know, the nature of like the plate or the switches that you use. So won't comment on that, but I will say in terms of typing feedback, pretty consistent with what you normally see. You know, top mount, it's going to be quote unquote the stiffest. I would say the pour-on gasket was actually felt more firm to me than the silicone gasket, but like I said, could be the switches. One thing that I guess with the mountings that I felt a little difficult was the pour-on gasket. So they've opted to do 2 gaskets that use the same mounting points, and one of them is pour-on gasket, and usually that uses adhesive, right? But obviously if you put the adhesive, then that prevents you from using the silicone gasket because you need to remove the pour-on. Also with like wear and tear over time, like the adhesive could get loose, and so for they're saying that to combat the drawback of like the adhesive getting loose over time, they have made these like little cubbies in the mounting so that the pour-on gaskets can sit in it and it doesn't shift. However, I think while this is a nice thing, or this is a good concept on paper, but execution wise, I think that there might be some difficulty for some people. Especially like if it has to be friction fitted in and there's like almost no safety net, because like with the adhesive, you know, didn't have to really put it in like exactly as long as it stayed, right? But you had the adhesive to keep it in place. Whereas this one, you have to really depend on the friction fit. But um, if if it's not, you know, positioned correctly, it could fall out, right? And then you need to redo it, right? Hello, Kiwi. So it's one of those things where like on paper it sounds really nice, but like actually doing it, like I don't want to say I was struggling, but kind of, you know, like I thought I would put it in and then it would fall out. So and it's also one of those things where like the bottom ones are easy because you know they stay on the bottom, but when you have the ones on the top and now you have to like basically, you know, gravity is pulling down against it, like gravity is going against it, like it if it's not on correctly, it could fall out. And there are the smaller ones, especially the smaller ones, there's a lot more of them that you have to worry about. So I could definitely see, you know, some people getting like a little frustrated over it. I mean, some people would say like it's just like a skill issue, like just be better at friction fitting in. But yeah, it's just something that I could see some people struggling with, and I wonder if like I wonder if it maybe would have been better if they had done like a softer silicone instead. Hard to say, but I mean it's different because you have the silicone gasket which goes on the PCB, and then they have like the plate tabs. So thinking about like what they could have done for like the plate tabs, but you know this is the design that they went with, and my biggest like comment is that I could see there being like more user error than normal. Um, Not a deal breaker, not a deal breaker. I think part of it is including multiple mountings, especially for, I guess, a more affordable board so that people can buy it, they can experiment with it because it has like all like the different mountings so they could really figure out what they like. And there was like a difference between all the mountings. Like sometimes whenever you build things with like 8 different mountings and it all kind of like ends up feeling the same. I will say there was, you know, at least with like how it felt typing, there was a big difference. In terms of sound, hard to say, but that is like one of my critiques. Um, I wonder why. Another thing is like, let me see if they mention it. I think the biggest thing is that they really focused on the acoustics of the board. And if you look at it, like all the cutouts for the acoustic is also incorporated on the battery cover. And oh, there were some parts where like I thought kind of, I don't want to say cutting corners, but I was just like, oh, that's how they did it. So for example, like this middleweight right here, there's like technically no screws connecting it to this. Instead, they've opted for like an adhesive sticker that just kind of like goes around it so that it doesn't technically touch. So that was kind of interesting. Um, Also, trying to think what else. I didn't really get this design motif, but after reading like the Notion page and them kind of explaining it, I almost thought this is gonna be like the classic like Neo circle, but I guess this is like easier for them to do. It's from Unikeys. If you do exclamation point cable, it will pull it up for you. The link. Da, 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 But yeah, I think for like their intro level board for Neo. So this being like the baseline and then taking this and improving it, like moving forward. I do think this is like a solid baseline, especially for the price. I mean, sometimes it kind of feels like, there's a lot of things you would let slide because of like the price, but it does have three different mounting styles. One might be like a little more difficult, but it is still there, like if you want it and you're willing to commit to it. I think another criticism I have is, and that I saw a lot of people also have is the PCB. So we'll look at the product page and I'll kind of walk you guys through it. So here's the cable design or cable link. But I think one of the biggest criticisms I've seen is the fixed layout. So here's the product page. So 7 colors, right? All anodized. You have the 5 weights, and then you have 3 PCBs, and then 2 plates, right? So I think they decided to give more weight options than like plate options. But yeah, here's like the biggest thing is they're all set to 6.25U. So you can get on-state try mode set 6.25. You can split the left shift, which I feel like is pretty uncommon, but maybe it's like different like in the China market. But you can split the left shift. You can split the backspace. You can also get tri-mode ISO, also set 6.25, or you can get the wired on C, right? So they're not offering a wing keyless version, which is kind of difficult with the way that this layout is set, because if you were to do like the wing key, it would not look symmetrical unless you do like one side only. But I just think that that kind of delves into like territory that might kind of freak people out. So I think not having the win keyless option is fine. However, I do think it is kind of a bummer not having the 7U. I understand like why they didn't do it, but I don't know the logistics and like how hard it would have been to add the 7U, but yeah, this is something that people mentioned to me, and I also noticed is that it's a set bottom row. So aside from that, yeah, 7 colors for the case color. It's always going to be the two-tone, like the color you pick, and the silver on the bottom. Depending on which color you pick, you're going to get one of 3 of the battery covers. You have the 5 weights. So this middle weight will always be the same, but then this on the outside will be based on what you pick. 3 PCBs, you have wired on-C, tri-mode on-C, tri-mode ISO, and then 2 plates, right? Starting price for, I think, let's see, starting price for the 75 is going to be cheaper because, it's less material, but the 98 is going to be a little bit more, but I don't think, like, by much. Let's see. Probably should have just done the search for function. Okay, so Neo98 starts at 149 and Neo75 starts at 139. So yeah, not that big of a difference. Here's the product page. So here they talk about like all the selling points. We did see this force break. People well loved. Yeah, so they did the grooved one here. So the 3 mountings. There's all colors. And I guess that's it. If you guys want to know more information, I recommend joining their Discord. And they also have a Notion page that's up where if you really wanted to read all the specs and the design language and why they did certain things. If it's listed on there, then you can see why. Choo choo choo. Choo choo choo. Yeah. So the TLDR is for those who are like zoned out after I said all this. But 98 9875 coming out at the same time, same colors, same like, you know, two-tone top. 98 starts at 150 and then wait, 150. Did I say that right? I feel like I'm like oh, I just said it. Basically, the price difference is if you want, you can pay $10 more to get a notepad, is the biggest difference, right? Yeah, so the TLDR is 98, 75 come out at the same time. 98 starts at 150, 75 starts at 140. 7 colors is going to be two-toned, right? There are, for the 98, there's 3 PCBs, but they're all fixed 6.25U layout, 2 tri-modes, and 1 wired. 2 plates, so aluminum PP. What else? You can pick your back weight. There's 5 back weights, like the big weights that you can pick from. And 3 mountings. You have pour and gasket, non-adhesive pour and gasket. You have silicone gasket mount that goes on the PCB. And then you have top mount, right, which goes on the case. And yeah, I think that is a TLDR. And then also my thoughts is, I think pour on gasket could give people some problems just because it's not adhesive, so you don't kind of have that like safety net anymore. And I could see like people like messing up and having to do it like over, right? So whenever you're installing it, you just really have to like, I use a tweezers to really just like push it in, right? And then also that this is the baseline. This is like the baseline model, right? So if you get this expecting it to be like their most recent releases, like the CU or like the core, you just have to take a step back to be like, this is the base. And then from here they can build off of it because this is the first like 98% they've had. I mean, so they might release 100 later on, but I think DP just released like their 100, so maybe that's why they didn't do that. So right, because they're all within like the same. They're all Owl Lab, but it's like Owl Labs to QK to Neo to Tic Tac, right? So they're kind of all together. So maybe later they will come out with a true 100%, but they're doing like, I would assume maybe they're doing like staggered releases, so it's not like all of them are coming out, right? But if you're looking for like a 100% of each pre-built, there is the DP 104. But yeah, I think if they don't come out with 100%, right, then that's something that they could explore later on. But this is a very similar layout to something that we've seen before, but they mark it as 98%, so that's what you get. But yeah, as long as you guys realize that this is the baseline and they'll probably build up from there, right? So pretty affordable price for at least bare bones. Especially if you're a fan of like the Neo line with like the subtle, you know, geometric badge, LED badges and whatnot. And like the two-toned, you know. So who knows, 98, once they make the copper version, you know, my that one will probably be, I'm gonna say more well polished, but you know, I think you'll see more thoughtful designs from it. But yeah, not a bad word. Yeah, I think those are my final thoughts. Yeah. But Thank you, QK. Thank you, Neo, for sending this out to me. Thank you for letting me review it. Thank you guys for staying so long and watching me build it. I am so tired. I want to go eat. I'm parched. But yeah, that's the board. Okay, bye YouTube. Sorry I neglected you guys. Sorry I forgot you guys were there. I'm sorry.